All right, everyone. We are going to begin our work session with a little bit of an adjustment because we have folks coming in. I want to thank our folks from transportation as well as Dr. Ashley for letting us make a little bit of a rearrangement, and that is we're going to do the transportation attendance bonus to support summer learning programs first, and then as we have folks continuing to come in, we will then go to our master board training with Dr. Ashley. So if we are going to hand it off to Mr. Schneidmiller to talk about bonuses. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the transportation proposal we bring to you today is a bus driver attendance bonus to support summer learning programs. To support the summer learning program, staff proposes a $300 per week attendance bonus for drivers who help us support these programs. All drivers are eligible, both 12 and 10-month drivers, to include full-time permanent subs and on-call substitute drivers. Back in April, we sent a survey to our bus drivers and asked, our 10-month bus drivers, and asked if we were to pay a bonus, and we suggested $300 per week, would they be willing to help us support these programs? If you recall, last year, we did not do anything like this, and we did not have the numbers of drivers we needed to support all summer programs. So we think it's pertinent that we do something different so that we can support from a transportation perspective these summer learning programs. And so of the survey results from April, we received 110 positive responses from 10-month drivers saying that they would be willing to come and help work the weeks that we do need to support the summer programs. And that is provided that we pay a bonus. These 10-month bus drivers are crucial to help us support these programs. So 40% of our drivers are 12-month drivers. Only 40% of our drivers are 12-month drivers. They will also help with summer learning programs, but there just aren't enough of them to help with, to the extent that we need help.
Just to recap what those summer learning programs are, we're talking about the required NC Read to Achieve camp for grades 3 through 5. We're also looking at the retesting program that is eligible and open to all elementary and middle schools for students who qualify to take their EOG or EOC a second time to try to improve the score. And then the bridge programs that we are looking at trying to support as well with transition to 6th grade and transition to 9th grade.
I think there's a credit recovery program.
Credit recovery potentially at the high school level, yes.
So to qualify for the bonus, a driver must work every day of the week that the program they are assigned and supporting is in session. And they must also cover the full day to and from school transportation. These programs run from really June 12th, the first weekday after traditional school ends, on through the end of July. So it would be during that time frame that we would offer this bonus. And staff has requested approval of this item at today's board meeting. And I'll turn it back to you, Ms. Mahaffey, for questions.
Questions from board members? Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you, Mr. Schneidmiller. I think this is a great program, and with all of the summer learning opportunities we have, transportation is essential for us. This is really more of a technical question. When you have a program that sort of spans the end and then the beginning of the fiscal year, June into July, will the funding from this come out of the fund balance of the reserve funds we have for this year? Is it coming out of next year's budget? Where does the money come from?
So it will definitely come from the transportation budget. We have determined that. And due to the timing, it's a great question. The timing of the pay, this will actually be paid in July and August.
Okay.
Timeframe. So it will come from next year's transportation budget. As you know, we've been creating and generating savings due to lapsed salaries, and so we're projecting to have the money to pay the salaries.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Ms. Edmonds?
So I understand that they have to commit to the week that they're working, or the camp that they're assigned to. Just to reiterate, that means that they don't have to do the entire summer. They can pick and choose which weeks they do?
Yes,
Okay,
that's correct.
thank you.
Further questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Steinmiller.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to go back to number 1. And I know a lot of this is really a board training, so if their Superintendent Moore, if your staff wants to move on
They don't
out,
have
they
to
are
be here.
welcome to.
It was on them. So, you can watch. TV.
Yes.
Give you the
And
illusion of some confidentiality.
Thank you for being here for
Very well
that
stated.
that short
You're right. It
piece,
is an
and then we'll see you back for the 3rd item on our agenda.
We'll be listening. We'll be back.
And I would like to welcome Dr. Pat Ashley back to this room. Dr. Ashley was with us a few years back to talk about the superintendent evaluation instrument, and worked with our board. She has a long history in North Carolina education, and currently works with principals, or those who are looking to become principals. And I think you had a cohort this year with Wake County
I
folks?
did. I had some people who have just become assistant principals here in Wake. So it is nice to be back with you, and I know the board has changed because boards do change over time. So some of you I have gotten to see before, and others are new. Lindsay was very kind to say long history. This is my 53rd year in public education, continuously working. Now, I started young, but if you do the math, you know that I've crossed that 70 barrier, and it won't be too long before I go toward 80. So education is my passion. And I apologize for masks today, but I just had cancer surgery on my nose, and I have a massive bandage and stitches and bruising, and it just looks better to cover it all with a mask. So that's one of the advantages of masks. And this may pop off, and I apologize if it does. It looks so bad, I make my husband do the rebandaging. I won't even look at it. I'll try to keep that from you. To give you my history in about 3 sentences. I have been a teacher, a counselor, a school psychologist, a middle school principal, a high school principal, an elementary school principal. I've worked in the central office. I've worked for the state of North Carolina, heading up their effort with low-performing schools. And I am now teaching at NC State in principal prep. And I did have the privilege last year of working with a cohort of educators who are training to be school leaders and are becoming first assistant principals for Durham and Wake County. I actually worked in Wake County, and I saw Vernon Malone's picture as I came in today. I was literally here as a counselor in Wake County when the districts merged, and Vernon became the chair of the board, and he was quite an inspirational leader. So it's really neat to see his picture, and you're honoring him in this building. But that tells you that I worked here in Wake County in the 70s. And in North Carolina, I worked in Durham and Wake and Charlotte. And then my husband's work took us to Pennsylvania and Kentucky before we came back home to North Carolina. So my 53 years have given me a lot of opportunities, and it's a joy now to get to work with boards, because over all those years, I came to understand that you never have an effective district without an effective board. Just like you never have an effective school without an effective principal. The board's role is so critical, and the principal's role is so critical in a district. Your leadership sets the tone for the whole operation. And I've had the opportunity to work with very strong boards. I've had the opportunity to work with boards that are struggling. and the difference your learning to work together effectively as a team can make for the district is so important. So it's an honor to get to travel around North Carolina now and meet with boards and try to help boards become better. Because Wake has always had the reputation of being a leader in education in this state. But just because you're good or excellent doesn't mean you can't be better. So I appreciate your taking the time today to work with me on learning how to, as your team changes, because it constantly will, learning how to be a more effective team. So we are going very old school today, because one thing I've learned is, just like with kids, technology can be a distraction. And I'm going to ask that you try to minimize that and stick with the old form of technology. My husband, who is a journalist, points out to me that the print media is a form of technology, just one that's been in use a long time.
And I want to thank Dr. Ashley for being here. You know, we talked about norms and other pieces during our board retreat, figuring we're at about the 6-month mark. I figured it was time for us to do a check-in and kind of extend that work. So, thank you.
And I'm assuming that you have norms you work by. Did you develop a set for yourselves?
We did. I don't know that we've checked in on them recently, if I'm being completely honest.
Well, it might be a good thing to pull out. And I am adjusting this today, so we're going to skip around a little bit because I know that we're getting a little bit later start and we want to kind of come to a finish by no later than 4:30. And if it happens sooner, it happens sooner. So I'm going to ask you, we're going to skip the icebreaker because I think that's, you all have worked together a while and you kind of know each other. So if you'll go to page 1, and let's look at what we're going to do today. And you got a little preview of that by answering some sometimes challenging questions on the Parker survey. But here's what we're about today. And you can read, I'm going to probably paraphrase a bit what you see in writing. I hope by the end of the day today, you understand a little bit more about your board team and the group dynamics that you have to help you optimize working together. We're going to look at your personal style. Every one of us brings our own talents and skills to the table. And they show. And they show in simple things, like the questions you ask when you have a presentation. I was watching your presentation on transportation and heard a few questions come up, because each of you have certain things that interest you more than others. We're going to look and see what those things are, and then talk a little bit about how if your interests are different from other people's interests, you can better communicate with them just to work more effectively together. We're going to analyze your team profile and learn ways that you can build communication and trust with each other. We're going to make a little plan for your own personal growth if you're willing, and we're going to learn a little bit more about how you build trust when you work with people who have differences and similarities to your own. So, if you'll turn to page 2, you will see a definition there of a team. And would someone step forward and simply read the first sentence?
A team is a small group of people with complementary skills committed to a common purpose and a set of goals.
So as you look at that sentence, do you see words that jump out at you as important?
Yes.
Would you like to share one?
Complementary skills.
Complementary skills. And that doesn't say the same skills. It says complementary, because the skills each of you has is important. It's a key word. Does anyone else see another key word in that sentence?
Same word, so.
Okay, committed. And what else? Tyler, I think I saw you.
Purpose.
Purpose. And that word in front of purpose, a common purpose. You are here, sometimes I do a unit that precedes this unit, called the role of school. school board in a democracy. It's a really inspiring unit about why you're a board and what your purpose is. But your purpose is to provide the good life for the citizens of Wake County. And a very key factor in that good life is a quality education, because we all know quality education gives kids opportunities in life that they wouldn't have otherwise. So that common purpose you have is to provide that good life for the folks here in Wake County. You do it under really challenging circumstances, particularly now that the county is growing so rapidly and changing so rapidly. This is not the Wake County I was in when I was here in 1976. But under the leadership of good boards, you make the adjustments and make the decisions that continue to make this a very prosperous and desirable community. And obviously your boards over time have done a good job with that, because this is a county people want to be in and want to live in, because they have real opportunity for a good life. Your challenge is to make sure that's everyone and not just some of the county. And that sometimes brings tension. If we were doing this role of the school board in a democracy, you'd see their competing desires about what makes a good life. But the common purpose is very important. And there's one other thing there right at the end. Does anybody want to guess what that one might be at the end of the sentence?
Goals.
Goals, an easy question. You have big goals. One of your big goals right now, which is probably one of the most important things you'll ever do as a board, is selecting the new superintendent. But there are big, important things you do. So you are a team with skills that I hope at the end of the day today will be even more complementary and focused on a very important purpose. So let's look at this last sentence. Would somebody read that for us?
Its members are committed to working with each other to achieve the team's purpose and hold each other fully and jointly accountable for the team's result.
Okay, so keywords in that.
Fully and jointly accountable.
Yeah, that's a big one. Fully and jointly accountable. That means that you support each other, but you also do hold each other accountable. And what you're often accountable for are the norms that you have developed together. They're the things you've said you will do to work well together as a team. So bringing those back up again and looking at them again after today's session might be a really good thing to do. Other keywords in this one.
Purpose.
To achieve the purpose, yes, because you are focused on something. And then right at the end of the sentence is another zinger. What's the zinger?
Team's result.
The result. Right, because your outcome, which is the achievement and opportunity for the kids you're responsible for in this district, is extraordinarily important. So in these two sentences, there's a lot of very important language about what you are doing and what you're about. And the ability to become a stronger team means that you can carry out all those responsibilities to your best. And that's extraordinarily important. So we asked you to do the Parker Survey, because the Parker Survey is the best little instrument out there at the moment that we know about to measure the skills you bring to the team and to help us begin to have a discussion about your skills, your other board members' skills, and I don't have these in Chris, yours.
Here, I can pass this out.
Oh, thank you, Lindsay. You take half and I'll take half. Lynn?
Yes, thank you.
Here's Lindsay's. You got yours. Now that's Sam's. Yeah. All right. Here's yours. And I will take some. Some of you scored yours, and some of you didn't. So it was fine whether you did or you did not. But what I want you to turn to initially, and my booklet is an older edition, so I hope your score is on page 7. It's a chart, you're looking for a chart that looks like this. Everybody got it? Yep, page 9 in the new books. Thank you for sharing that. You see across the bottom 4 variables. And let me explain now a little bit more about this survey, and I'll have you in a minute turn back to these and look at where you stand. This survey measures 4 styles that are predominant ways people work together. And those 4 styles include contributor. That's a person who's really task-oriented. It's important to get the job, to stick to the goal, to get the results, okay? The second one is collaborator. Those folks are also very focused. Then there's the communicator, who's concerned about the spirit of the group, the getting along together of the group, the understanding each other part of the group. It's a little bit softer skill. And then finally, the challengers, who are the questioners, who make certain that you look at things from multiple angles, and that you consider multiple viewpoints. So there are 4 different kinds of things people contribute to a team. It's important to understand you actually do all of these. Each of you does all of these. Some of you have stronger preferences than others about which ones you would choose first, okay? All of them are important. You don't have an effective team without all 4 of these. Every one of these skills can have a downside if they're overused. In other words, your greatest strength can sometimes become your greatest weakness if the skill is used to excess. You are all capable of using all 4 styles, and with conscious awareness, you can more often move between or among the styles. And actually, if you learn to be a very astute observer and listener of your own group dynamics, you can make choices to step in and use a certain style at a moment that it might really support the board at moving forward. Okay? So it's good to work toward developing the awareness of each other's go-to style, and also be aware when the board operation or function needs a style that nobody's stepping forward at that moment to contribute, so that you keep the board function healthy and in balance. And so the most effective team player becomes the person who learns the need of the team at the moment and steps forward to just doing it by contributing the right skill at the moment. So that's how you become the very most effective team player. So if you turn to page 5, we're going to look a little bit more, talk a little bit about the skill of the contributor.
5,
And- yeah.
I'm sorry, 5 in this book or 5 in this book?
The one we got today.
5 in the handout.
Okay.
We're
Thank
not
you.
in this book right now. Sorry about that, Chris. So let's talk about the contributor. The contributor helps the team focus on immediate tasks and provides data and expertise for problem solving. How does that skill help a group? Reading that description, how can you see that skill helps the group? Chris?
Well, when there's a lot of voices at the table, focus is important. That helps to move you forward. And then providing data and expertise from problem solving is another valuable contribution to whatever question it is you're trying to examine.
Okay. Now I'm going to check how carefully you all have been observing each other at this point in time, as you've worked together about 6 months. Can anybody in the group name an example of where another board member stepped forward and helped the group focus on a task that was of assistance to your group?
We are in open session, so pick an open session topic.
Thank you, Jonathan.
So Jonathan, right then and there. It's our 10th board
That
member.
is a classic example. Jonathan, right then and there, helps the team have a focus on the task and provided data about the open session. If you cannot think of one now, then I challenge you to be more observant, okay? And watch each other when someone is coming forward to contribute. All right?
Well, I can tell you that without a specific example, our board chair does a good job of bringing a conversation back when it's time to, we have to vote on something or move along to the next issue. I have noticed that she does a very good job of saying, all right, let's bring this back around to whatever topic it is we're talking about, or to refocus us when we're kind of going off in different directions.
And that's a very helpful skill for a person who leads the board to have, is to keep you on focus. Thank you, Sam.
I would say the same for our policy committee chair.
Yes, I would agree.
Is that Monica?
Monica. Yep.
Monica. Sorry about that, Monica. All right. So you've noticed each other contribute to the group. Let's look at the collaborator. Pushes the team to have a vision, to get going, and pitches in to get it all done. How is that important to the group?
I think, I think pushing is sometimes hard to do because it's easy to sit and I don't want to say dwell on a problem, but I can't think of a better word. So getting people to move forward to focus, I think, is an important part so that you can reach your goal, because you could very easily sit and spin your wheels as a group. I think our staff does a good job of making sure we're moving forward as well. So we're focused in the way to set things up.
And do you all have a vision of what you are supposed to achieve for the district?
Collective vision or an individual vision?
Well, that's a good question, Sam. What would you say at this point?
I know my individual vision. I think collectively we have, if not a vision, certainly the makings of one based on everything I hear from our board. I mean, I would think that, I believe that we all share the same vision for making this the best school district in the state.
And if that is a common effort that you want Wake to be the most effective, the best school district in the state, then who among you pushes you to that? Who can you say that you've seen make a comment, make a contribution that pushes you to have that vision?
I would have to go back to our policy chair, especially during our
Yeah.
policy meetings, especially the last two policies that we've discussed. It has been, Ms. Johnson-Hosser has done a great job of pushing us to that vision and making sure it's still goal-oriented and we're not out to lose.
And even though she's not here right now, because she's attending a very important preschool graduation, I would say Ms. Waters and her work in student achievement as chair, pushing to make sure that we're, that was a difficult conversation we had to have yesterday, and I'm sure we'll revisit it several times, but she did a great job with that meeting.
And I think another example of that too is when we're talking about other policies, and Ms. Waters tries to bring it back to like some of those same visions. Talking about the equity policy or student achievement. It could be talking about bus drivers, it could be talking about school nutrition or anything else, but she brings it back to that vision, I think, really well.
As you begin to talk, I suspect you begin to realize that you don't very often commend each other on the things that are done that really contribute to your group functioning. And yet, I can't help but think that those of you in the room who've had a positive comment can also at that moment feel a bit of energy and pride in others noticing that you have done something to benefit the whole. Not that everything you do doesn't benefit the whole, because just the time you're spending today investing in this and the rest of your meeting benefits the whole. But how nice it is when people begin to notice the contributions that you make and share them with you. So let's look at communicator. The process-oriented person who establishes a positive interpersonal climate on the team. How is that important, to have a positive group working relationship?
I think, well, when I think communicator, I think, making sure everybody's on the same page and knows what's coming, especially with 5 new board members. Making sure that we have our crazy calendar that keeps getting changed, updated. We do a lot of that with Miss Allen, making sure that we are on task and know what's coming. And she is, although she is often off to the side, she is a very integral part of this board being functional. And while we're lifting people up, I really want to take a moment and lift her up, because in my 7 years on this board, I think I'd be lost without her.
I think we can all amen that one.
And I can agree with that, because I wouldn't have been here and been as organized as I am today without her behind-the-scenes support. So even though she's not an official member of the board, the function she provides to support the board in communication is obviously vital. Can you think of other examples of, and so often this skill gets to be more personal. Can you think of people on the board who remember to comment that they missed you, or that they enjoy seeing you today, or that lighter side of coming together as a group and having some personal interaction? Anybody that you notice does that?
I think, when I'm thinking like structurally, like I've had sometimes, and I want to thank Ms. Edmonds once said, well, can you make sure you communicate something clearly? And so then I knew that I could lean on our vice chair, because, well, it might make sense in my head as I'm writing it and trying to get the deadline. It doesn't always translate. So I think Chris helped me out a few times at like 10 o'clock at night to send out an email, make sure that things were clear and structured, and really helped me out in making sure that we were working for folks.
Thank you.
So that they understood, and if you don't speak up, we don't know. So
I was, with the establishing a positive interpersonal climate on the team, I think of Ms. Waters. And this is not to say, I find everybody pleasant on our board, but Ms. Waters, for me in particular, has this overwhelming sense of calm that she just radiates. I find that she really, even if the temperature is not high, she still just has this aura of calm and peacefulness that is very welcoming and refreshing and helpful. And I will tell her that.
I'm glad you will, because I think the nice things, kind of things you shared, she would really appreciate the hearing.
I think Sam brings his coaching background, encouraging folks.
I actually think I think everybody does a really good job of acknowledging when there's a good question. Not like everyone says, oh, that was one good question, but just at different times. And it can be very subtle with like just a head nod, or our chairs of committees saying, oh, that's a good question, really good question. And I get a lot of that, and I hear a lot of it, not just aimed at me, but aimed at other board members. And I try to let people know when I think they've asked a good question. I think there's more positivity than amongst ourselves than we may give ourselves credit for.
Well, and what I'm going to challenge you today is to just watch for these 4 things and call each other out with support when people are bringing their talents to the group to make the team work better. And then there's this last one, and it is, the tone sounds a little negative to call it the challenger, but the challenger's job
The
is
picture
really
helps, too.
Yeah, that's quite the visual, Dr.
Yes, the
Ashley.
visual with it. I might have to talk to Ramona about changing that visual.
I think we have a photo of someone who fits well.
You can use my photo.
I believe so. I totally agree.
This is the person who asks the tough questions. And you're going to see when we look at your team scores today, that if we place you all on a grid, and I'll share that with you, you have more challengers than anyone else as a predominant style. But when you have big problems to solve, that's a key role to play on a board, is to make sure you look at things from all angles. And I think as it sort of looks like a sheriff in town, it has that maybe not so positive connotation, but in reality, it takes a brave person to ask the tough questions. The skill is asking the questions in a way that doesn't become so abrasive that the tone muffles the good question that lies within. And so the challenger, the effective challenger, is the person who can put the right questions on the table and have everyone else say, oh, yes. Not everyone say, oh, no. Okay? So there's a way to work in this role in a more positive way, a way that if you get too abrasive in the challenge, it becomes the more negative connotation. But the role is critical because it is making sure that everything that needs to be examined before a decision is made. So can you think of positive examples of when that's occurred together as a group?
I think, lifting up different folks. I think, we have a board, like you said, that might have a few more folks that fit into, I don't want to say that box, but lean in that direction more. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I think many of us looked in one direction. Whereas, I think Tyler welcomes that role, but I think, him having been in the classroom and seeing this district from the other side, I think is a positive thing that he brings. I think I've seen Monica do that effectively over the years. I think it's something that's done really well in tandem with all of the other pieces. And I'm thankful that what I see folks on this board do, I know, Dr. Ng will bring up things, and it's never done in a condescending way, but a way that might bring a different viewpoint into the discussion. But I never have a feeling that anyone at this table doesn't believe that this district is horrible. I think we all want to lift it up and make it better.
I would bet that just having 5 new board members leads to us having a minimum of 6 challengers.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I was wondering if newness creates more challenge.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually going to show you in a minute how you play out as a group. But first we're going to think about you yourself, okay? Early on, I said to you, every one of these is important. On page 9, it kind of reminds you of the 2 things. There is a downside to every strength you have. And so if you use your strength to excess, it can become a negative. And so you constantly have to be self-aware. This is my predominant style. Am I using it productively, or am I going too far? Okay? And that's a self-monitoring thing that's important to do. The other thing is to lose patience with each other when somebody isn't watching that for themselves. And I've worked with many boards across North Carolina now, and one of the most frequent things I hear is, I know what this person's going to say before they say it, which means that somebody has lost patience because they think a board member has gone too far. And they may be right or wrong. That's a personal judgment, not necessarily a right judgment. But what you want to avoid is ever losing patience with each other and finding ways to use the skills that exist here within the group to keep yourself on task and moving productively forward. And that requires some self-monitoring, and it also requires patience. I don't know how I got named Pat, because Pat, starts patience, because I have about this much patience, and my husband would say it's less than that. Okay? I am a person who thinks fast, wants to move fast. And I have had to temper, in all the different roles I've had, my own style to be able to be a productive leader of a group of people whose styles are sometimes mine and sometimes different. And that's the challenge. Each of you have a seat on the board, and Lindsay is your leader as the board chair, but all of you are leaders in this community. And so at the same time you're working at being a productive member of the team, you really are working simultaneously at being a productive leader, because you are a leader for the community. You represent a district, you have responsibilities to the people you serve. And so that self-monitoring becomes an extremely important skill to keep in mind. And both watching yourself from losing patience with others and going too far with the thing you're best at. But all four styles are important. So we're going to look now at you and your primary style. And I'm going to put you in groups for just a minute. And so you're going to have to move around a bit and maybe move to the side for a second. But I want to give you a little brief task to talk about and examine the style that you're strongest at. So you should be able to look in your book, and for some of you, you have one primary style, and that is the one that you had the highest score. Okay? So let's look and sort of look at your scores holistically now. You got 4. The way this assessment works, that if any score is within just 3 points of your highest score, you're considered to have 2 primary styles. So for example, Lynn and Ms. Waters have 2 primary styles. Okay? And so when we go to a group, Lynn, I'm going to assign you just based on numbers to make our groups balance. And then when I was scoring Cheryl's, Cheryl has 3 primary styles. In other words, there are 3 things that she's exactly the same on, okay? And so if this assessment has done a pretty good job of summing you up, then we've identified your go-to style. The first question to ask yourself is, do you agree? Okay? Do you agree that the one that was picked out for you is your primary style? And if you don't agree, then think about how you answered those questions and why this tilted. But to put you in groups, I want to get the contributors to maybe, with the contributors, just sit over here. I think it'll be good if
And I can move if it helps.
well, we can go to the side with the contributors. That is Chris and Wing and Zitz. Would you pronounce Miss Waters' first name for me?
Tara.
Tara. She goes by Tara. I have a very good friend. She pronounces it Tara. So I'm going to slide. But we want to put Cheryl in that group, okay? The contributor group. So if y'all will go over there.
Do you have a question, Chris?
Yeah, I completely failed this test. I realize now that I scored it incorrectly,
Did
so
it
I've given
backwards?
you, I did it backwards.
So where do you really belong?
So I thought that it was, the 1 to 4 was 4 to 1, and then we were looking at lowest, so that would have put me on the Challenger, but then when I just rekeyed it, I came out under collaborator, so I'm completely lost, and I'm just trying to
All right,
redo the
Chris,
math.
we're going to reassign you.
Is there one for people who don't follow directions?
I'm in that one because I answered my last question and now I have 2 primaries.
Oh,
I'm in a
no.
better headspace.
Well, you can rescore yourself later.
Okay.
Okay?
So you're in a better headspace.
But for the purposes of right now, if I can pair you up,
Okay.
okay? So that's going to put Wing and Cheryl together, okay? And let me tell you something right from the beginning. This is the oddest thing I've noticed about this. You may find that you think, I'm in the same group with this person. Because sometimes when your primary styles are the same, you would think, oh my gosh, we're just alike. Sometimes you find it's just the opposite. Okay? I recently was working with another board in the part of the state, and I really sensed tension between 2 board members. And lo and behold, when they took this test, they were both challengers. And they were both very strong in that. And they really had tension in working in a group because they were doing the same thing, but maybe from a slightly different perspective. And so just because you paired with somebody today doesn't mean this is the person you're most like in your own mind in the group, but it is the person who's going to probably use the style you use most frequently. So I'd also like to get, Chris, since you moved, that puts Wing and Cheryl together. That would put Lynn and Cheryl and, well, Cheryl's already assigned, Lynn and Chris together. So Lynn and Chris, then Lindsay and Monica. Monica. Oh, gosh. I gotta get that right. Okay. I apologize again.
I think you need to put that thing
And
above
then
your eye.
Sam
actually
and
longer.
Tyler together. Did that give everybody a group? Okay, so that's 2, 2, 2. So will you all pair up?
Yep. All right, do we need anything?
You are gonna need your booklet. Your booklet. Because what I want you to do as an assignment is actually read about the style. And see if you agree this is you or you disagree that this is you. Okay? And we're only going to take 5 minutes for this, very short. But talk to each other and see, is this you?
I hadn't answered.
You know what I did?
I was like, I gotta answer. How did
I'm sorry, Jonathan. You're just stuck with me.
No, it's good. I have,
I was like, okay, I'm gonna pretend I'm not from here. I was just like a made-up person. So I got time. So what are we doing?
It's funny because I'm taking.
Tell me again, which one was supposed to read? Like in here?
In this book.
In this book?
Sam, you're looking at Challenger.
Yeah, okay.
You and Tyler, read about the Challenger. See if it sounds like you.
Yeah,
Right there.
So I had not answered that one, so I answered it and it put me within 3 there.
So you are in the right group
Yes.
still. And you can, and then,
Oh, something. Yeah, I thought, I have read this. So when I had added up much more and I was like, oh yeah. Like when we got these, I read it.
so why don't you talk to each other about the good and the bad? You don't think any of these things can be a problem to a team?
I don't think
We are not arrogant
no,
in thinking that.
or selfish, aggressive, unyielding.
I think we can be. I don't know that it's bad for me, like my style, sometimes I need to be away and reflect. But in that moment, Generally, I don't.
Because the questions
I think I can be rigid. I don't think I'm aggressive in this group towards, I'm aggressive responding to topics, which is different.
I'm not surprised that we're
And I think when you jumped in, like topics that we're discussing, it could. Whereas if you started with too much,
Well, and you see
Yeah.
that up here, because sometimes it pushes other people the wrong way.
And I think I can be unyielding, but sometimes that's based on principle.
You might be right.
I find it
Let's go back. Boards of revisit. And if they vote against your direction, can you support the board? That's good. So that's where you're tempering. You're in a natural style to yield to the,
I view our challenge as being slow and not so much. And then challenging the thought process. But once we move forward, and not going back and belittling and insulting.
For sure, all of this. Just for some.
believe me, having observed from a distance. We all stand up and say, I help a big place.
Oh, good.
Other
Because
boards
I have no sense of it.
sometimes go very far. I mean, I was it has televised board meetings, and they've said some very that
We understand the line.
I don't really know what that's accurate. You know, someone says
I believe I never want to say that. Saying, hey, let's go get a coffee or something. No, you continue talking. Chris and I have an issue where we have to go that route. Having coffee.
yes. So maybe that's why I'm like a little more.
And I've taken this from Tyler. This is from, I am happy, especially
So
not.
maybe like I just don't. That doesn't make sense.
Sometimes you feel a little too comfortable and, you know, a conversation we had as a board recently. Kind of comfortable, just like.
Staff's looked at it, tried to
Really pull back, and we're not just gonna roll over as a board. So I kind of view this as not just how we are as a team, but how we challenge staff. That's almost still more. That's almost more how I challenge, not going at each other.
No, I think
bring that up.
I didn't think of
Do you think independent cooperative sometimes?
Do you all feel like it's that?
I think we match.
yes, we feel like that's pretty That might be part of the problem, not
I
the
think I've
solution.
got to work on saying this correctly. I apologize. I hadn't had the chance to really get to know you.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try this.
It's not a surprise.
I was a new teacher from the name.
That's right.
Right, I mean, I think.
My mother's fault.
We're gonna stir. We're stirring this pot.
So that helps.
So that's, I made myself aware.
We're pot stirrers. I'm happy to challenge.
But I'm a pet star
Well, that's, you got 3 things.
Yes, did. I hope by and large.
What were your other ones?
Huh?
What were your other?
Without asking you to move yet, just stay where you're sitting, and let's talk for a second about this. And I'd like to hear from each group. So which group wants to start first?
Oh, real start.
Troublemakers.
We'll let the challenge.
We're the good troublemakers.
So what's your thinking?
I know.
You want to say what we're thinking?
Sure. So we actually took, and it's very ironic, because when Sam and I had taken this test, I think we called each other and said, hey, we're a challenger, I'm sure you're a challenger. So we already knew that we were the challengers. That's just how we kind of show
You
up.
didn't wait for the big reveal, you just challenged the
Yeah, we-
dynamic right there.
Right. So we actually looked at this and realized, occasionally we do not believe that we fall into any of those bottom categories based on our conversations and how you all perceive it. We would respect that, but respectfully disagree. But we looked at it as a way.
Challenge.
Yes. We also looked at it as not challenging, like we'll challenge individual thoughts, but it's not a personal piece. And you brought up examples and pieces, but it's also, I think Sam pointed out, which I thought was great too, is that our challenge is more of the district, challenging the district, challenging, the way of doing things, if that's how it is.
Okay, thank you.
No, yeah, it was more challenging, not just challenging each other, but challenging what comes before us and staff.
And you raised, Tyler and Sam raised a great point when I was standing there with them about not just in here with you all, but what did you say about in working with staff?
Oh, we just said, just that it's not just, these dynamics are not just amongst ourselves, but how we interact with staff and what comes before us as a board and what our perceived roles could be in those situations as well.
And so it's important to think about not only, because you do spend a lot of time interacting with staff, how you come across together, but how you come across the staff. And we're going to look in a minute at what you actually need staff to tell you to be most effective when they are dealing with you, okay? All right, and Tara, where we are right now is we've just gotten in groups based on people with similar styles. And so your group is going to be Wing and Cheryl. And we just talked through that style. So to help you catch up, when you have a chance, read about, you actually were one of the people with 2 predominant styles. And this is Gemini. The Gemini, the twins. And so I could have put you in 2 different groups. So as we go on, you'll have 2 descriptions to kind of read and look at and see how it seems to intuitively fit you. Okay? So we've heard from the challengers. Chris and Liv, what do you have to share?
So we are your collaborators. And we generally agree, for both of ourselves, reflecting on ourselves and each other with everything in here. Help me remember what we were
So-
saying, what
I think there
Pauses
was
we
like
had.
a focus on big picture, a focus on, forward thinking and how we move toward a common goal. And I think on the other side of it, there was some admission maybe about, we don't go back to constantly like challenge the big picture, right? We might challenge individual things, but it's like, it's not always like the challenge to that status quo that's closer to it. So there's 1 or 2 of these that we weren't sure was necessarily a good fit on, but generally we found a lot of alignment.
That generally it did fit you. How about the communicator group?
We both agree we use a lot of humor, so we absolutely think that's accurate. I think the only things that we both questioned was, we both also agree we are vague. We didn't see ourselves as manipulative, not sufficiently serious, or not bottom line focused, but everything else was pretty.
And I think that may be where you kind of modulate your style, because, for example, you use humor. If all you used was humor, then it would be carrying it to
So
that
we're
extent.
well-balanced communicators, thank you.
Well-balanced communicator. And that comes with experience, too.
Yes.
And then our last group, the contributors. And they were saying it suited them.
Well, yeah, so, the things that stood out to us was that dependable, systematic. I am a perfectionist at heart, and so it's kind of frustrating when others don't do the things the way that I feel like it should be done. And then we had a discussion about short-sighted and what does that mean. And I think we both kind of have different interpretations of it. But, you tell your interpretation.
Well, I guess I feel I tend to, I have a goal and I'm kind of focused on it and I don't like to derail. Although at ADHD, I probably have that, so I probably derail 1,000 times along the way, but I'm focused and, he was saying kind of losing track of the big picture, but I feel like I get so pinpointed on what the goal is. So I don't know,
Well, you're one to look at the forest or the trees. That's the question, and you're looking at the trees and lose track of the forest. I mean, that's the analogy that's often used. What else did y'all find?
There was also another thing about kind of getting frustrated, lack patience, in the process. I think that's something that I have to deal with. I don't often say it, but it's inside.
It's how you feel.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm going to ask you to do now is it's my page 9, so it may be your page 11. There's a summary page, and I'm sorry, I don't have the
It's our
same
page 11.
edition. 11, yeah, it is 11. And this is not based on observations from colleagues like the page says. I want you to do this based on your own self-reflection. I want you to come back to the table, and I want you to take just 3 or 4 minutes and record for yourself your strengths, the things you may do that may decrease your effectiveness, and what initial thoughts you've got about how you could improve. Because when you really start to think about working with other people, the only person you can ever change is you. As much as you might like to want to change someone else, you are the only person who can make a change. And while y'all are doing that, I'll kind of help Tara catch up a bit. Okay? You had a graduation. How exciting. You were actually one of the people who showed up twice. And you were really a little stronger as a challenger, but you're going to look at that look how many people in the group really had a primary strength as challenging. You're going to do that in that. So I initially had put you in the contributor group because we had such a big challenger group. But when you get time, what they did, and you will need to do it twice. And you will go over here, and I marked it for you. You need to read this, and then go back and read a different page. Because another thing we looked at is how important every one of these strengths are, but how every strength has a downside. You have to put things on there. And then, colleagues will tell you how nice things.
It's just, I'm just worried about
mentioning.
A lot of people who see each other. And Christ is in charge. Now, if anybody needs to take a break, it might be a good time. Do you think, Lindsay, to have a 5-minute break?
Sure. I mean, I think if folks are finished up with this piece, then, you know, we'll come back.
We'll come back together maybe at 2:15.
Perfect. Chris, I'm going to need you to redo all of your numbers on this.
Just did it. So. Contributor, which is the top score, is actually my lowest. That's how it should come out. So like a 45 is the baseline, right? So like right there, a lot of people are kind of right there on the middle, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't wait to show this to my wife.
And then she can tell you if you're right or wrong too.
Oh, she'll say, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's the start.
What's your Durham connection? I'm from Durham. I went through Durham Public Schools.
Well, I lived around twice. First, I went to Duke, and then I taught in Durham for a couple of years, and then I moved to a lot of places. And about 15 years ago, my husband got to Durham as the editor of Durham.
Okay.
And we resettled in the Durham community, and I went to work at DPI.
Okay.
So I knew more people in Halifax County than I know in Durham, because my work was so I'm living in Durham now. So
You're filling out every line, not being challenging.
I'm trying to do something in my own community.
That's where you live?
I live in Durham.
Yeah. I grew up in the Bethesda community.
I know
So
that area
kind of
well.
Page Road, Miami Boulevard, yeah.
We live off 751. So,
I think I might be off one or two from how I copied it down, but
All right, we should be, oh, 2:16.
That should have
1 minute
flipped,
late.
And then those two should have.
We'll
All
tell
right.
everybody that and make this, I'll let you tell them how to adjust here.
Because these were both really close to that baseline of 45, so that's not too big a shift. But that from there to there, and that's, I think, closer to what people
Been a long-
anyway. So, okay.
It's easy, that's a, we handed those out to you without any explanation, because we scheduled this really quickly.
It was one of those, I wanted to get it in on time, turn it in, so I did it in a break between meetings.
No, I think. Yeah.
We've all been there.
Possible, but I asked our vice chair to accomplish a few things on my end too.
That you distracted us.
I take full responsibility.
You were only the messenger.
Seems like we did need a little break, so this is a good break point.
I had to end up having to take my son.
From your individual self to the group.
He's had a cough, so I can take my one this morning. as well.
Chris, if you tell me those numbers, I'll run around and change them on everybody. It's 35 first?
Here you go.
How do you do that?
Well, yeah, if you just swap them from one side to the other, then that's
This is for
the
later.
correction. And-
Okay.
And it doesn't
I'm
require
gonna
any
need,
change on the sheet.
I brought my own little mini Coke in that refrigerator.
Is that who's?
Yeah.
I tried to give them a-
And if someone takes it, it's fine, but I was like, I'm gonna need some soup. Yeah,
It was
that's what I
really-
just couldn't make
yeah.
it.
No, it was, I thought I would just go for the visitation, but they printed the
Oh, sure.
obituary. and
Brett
then
Chris
the-
is-
Oh, yeah,
on the other
that's
side.
Chris.
It was a tearjerker. I mean,
Had
from,
to be.
what's that?
I said it had to be.
Yeah, yeah. Where the family came out and the mom saw the coffin and just sort of shrieked. But she spoke and she held herself
Wow.
so well, and so many people had so many wonderful stories, and it was just so very impactful.
All right.
Oh, I changed, do you want my updated?
You
I'll let
update,
you give them
Well, I
out to
did.
people.
way to challenge.
Well, I got called out on it, so
I didn't get called, well,
it's because I announced that I had.
I just didn't like the front shoulder.
You are
So
good.
I challenged that a little bit.
Tara, I want you to know that I went back and I answered the one question I had. It was weighing on me.
Because I'm a challenger and I challenge you.
Yes, you did. That's why I got here and I was like, I gotta answer this. And I was thinking, it's because of you. Yeah.
And I don't give gymnastics bad, but compared to what I've ever taken, I've always had 2 things come up. It's not-
I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's bad at all.
As soon as we get Chris back, we'll crank up again. And I came around to correct for Chris, what do I need to correct for you?
Just I added, so
added
54,
one.
51, 42.
All right. It really didn't change your
It
relative
just made these
positions.
two
Slightly.
within the 3
Yeah,
points.
okay, we'll do
It was
that.
pretty close anyway.
We'll tell people.
All right, I fixed it.
Chris, it made it
I
matter.
need credit for
51.
it.
I'm not changing mine. I'm good. I didn't like the question.
Did you complete your question or no?
No, I'm not going
I'm
to.
a rule follower, I always do.
Okay, I'm gonna bring everybody back together. And now we're gonna switch from you as an individual to the group as a whole. And to give you a little bit of degree of privacy, even though we're in a televised meeting, I've given you the individual sheets instead of posting them. And I made a correction because if you'll recall, Chris said he reversed his answers. So I came around and I think on most of your sheets reversed Chris. And you saw how that shifted his position. And then Sam had some changes, but Sam's changes didn't really change Sam's outcome, other than to give Sam 2 areas of strength because they were within 3 points.
It was important for me to respect what one of my board members
Challenge you.
Your fellow challenger.
that
Way to step
Their
up to the
thoughts
challenge,
on it.
Sam.
So all this did, this shifting, was actually reposition one more person in the challenger column. So when you take into account both people's primary style and if they had another style within 3 points, their secondary or triple style, you see that this board, if you look at the whole pattern, is strongest on representing challengers. Okay? Which means that everyone is going to have to kind of pitch in sometimes and help make certain that some of the other bases are covered.
Don't worry, Lindsay and I'll use humor. We'll bring y'all back.
You and Lindsay will use humor to help bring people back around.
We got you.
Okay, so if you'll turn to page 11 in the little paper booklet, not the Parker Team Survey booklet, it says, you know, look and know what your style overload is. And while you have no style missing, you do have styles that are not heavily represented. Now, in a few minutes, we're going to look at how does this play out in what you want from other people when you're trying to make decisions. Okay? But before we get to that little part, I am going to focus you on page 13. I mentioned to you that at the very beginning of the unit, generally this is preceded by the role of the school board in a democracy. If you had had that unit, you would be very familiar with the set of arrows that are on page 13. Because all 4 of those things that those arrows represent on page 14 are part of creating the good society for your community. But they often compete against each other. And so you have 4 quadrants on this graph or diagram. They're all values that are part of our American dream. Freedom and liberty, efficiency and prosperity, fairness and equality, and security and community. And most of the decisions you make as a board could be classified in one of those 4 areas or multiples of those 4 areas. But sometimes they pull against each other, particularly the ones that are vertical to each other and horizontal to each other. Okay? And while we have, as Americans, a common sense of what it means to be American, we have differences in which of these, as individuals, take priority for us. So for some of us, security and community is the most important. For others, efficiency and prosperity. For others, freedom and liberty. And for others, fairness and equality. But most of the decisions you're making fall within this role of the school board in maintaining a democratic society or maintaining the American way. They play out a bit, the tensions of your styles play out a bit like the tensions of the kinds of issues or problems you have to solve. And when you're making decisions, there are things that you have preferences toward. And those preferences toward are what you want from someone else. So let's think a little bit about the contributors in the group. And when someone is communicating to you, or when you are communicating to someone, if you are on this grid and you're squared as a contributor, what are you looking to hear when you have to solve a problem? So I'm really calling on Wing and Tara and Cheryl. What matters to you when you're making a decision? What do you want to know?
Everyone's perspective.
So you want to know everyone's perspective. Okay, what else do you want to know?
Want the information.
You want information. And does that often include data? Okay, Cheryl's nodding on that one too.
I was gonna say all the information on the table.
You want it all, not part of
I
it,
want it all.
okay?
Just all the information, and then you evaluate what you have.
What else matters to you?
Accuracy of information, I would say.
You want it to be correct. Do you want to know timetables? Like, when is this going to be done by, and when is this going to be done by? Does that matter?
That matters to me.
Okay? Timetables can matter. And so, when problems come to this table, it's important for Wing and Cheryl and Tara to have information, to have data, to have that data be correct, to it be tied to how are we going to proceed or what's our timetable, okay? Because that's your biggest go-to worry. That's not exactly the same as everybody else, okay? But when somebody's trying to appeal to you, that's the approach that's going to most effectively appeal. So let's talk about our collaborators. And that is Lynn and Cheryl, you're in that group also. What does a collaborator want?
Sorry, I'm looking at this, wondering why Chris and Monica, because Monica had the same score as Cheryl. Anyway, collaborators, with the same question, when we're making decisions, what do I want from others? I want to know how our decisions are going to impact whoever, whether it's the whole community or a particular school or a particular staff member. I want to know what the impact is.
You want the big picture, the context. And are you interested in the big mission, like that students achieve well in this district? Does that matter?
Of course, yes.
Okay? Can you add anything there, Cheryl? Because you were also in that category.
I didn't look through everything that they had on here. I would say flexibility.
Okay? Let's talk a little more about flexibility.
I think just kind of like getting more options out there that could get everybody together on the same page.
Okay? So while one group may want data, this group may want choices. Okay? And those are two different things. The other thing that Lynn clearly said is very important to collaborators. It's what's the impact? How does this change things, influence things, or push us toward the mission? Okay? So a different set. Now the communicators. What do communicators want? There are two of you, so what do you want?
I want to make sure that everybody felt like they had a chance to contribute, so that there, no one feeling like they were left behind in the process.
Okay?
I want to know what people don't know,
All right. Talk a little more about that.
because that's the only way you actually know where people stand. And like, did they get the information? Did they understand the information? Did they process the information? So if people can't communicate what they don't know, it's often hard to figure out how to move forward.
Okay?
So I want to know
all
their
bases covered.
Yes.
I think we also, looking at, knowing that when this board makes a decision, whether or not you voted for or against that decision, you have to be able to back it up. So I think there's a sense of wanting people to feel settled because you are backing up a decision, whether or not you individually agreed with it, it is the board decision.
So do you understand, right, enough to communicate for yourself where we are
All right.
collectively? Our collective goals,
Yes.
let's decide it.
So that it's
trying
not,
to join in here.
He wants to be a communicator.
Well, so for the record,
Challenger communicator.
Ms. Waters according to her scores, is also a communicator based on the rules. Because her 45 is within 3 of her highest.
She's all of them.
Way to challenge that.
Good job, Ms. Waters. All of them, yes. That makes sense.
And I am
Perfect.
also a communicator after I completed the task.
You were right about that. I missed that one. Thank you for catching
So I wanted to
that.
make sure the group was well represented with communicators.
Yes, what would you like? What do you need?
You all summarized it
What
beautifully.
don't you know, Sam?
There's a lot I don't know.
Well, let me ask the communicators, and include you also, Tara. I heard both of you speak about humor. Humor means a comfortable atmosphere. Would you agree that a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere is your preferred way of working?
It is definitely mine.
Yes. And I think finding comfort in the discomfort, because I think a lot of times we're having to challenge ourselves with things that are heavy, that are with a big different, a big district, hearing different viewpoints. And I think there's also a feeling of needing to be comfortable with the uncomfortable.
Or I used to say all the time, the sweet spot in the midst of chaos is where we are most successful.
Very well put. And Tara illustrated for us one thing that's often important for communicators today. She was a little late because she went to a preschool graduation celebration. And usually for communicators, celebrations and recognitions are extremely important. They mean a lot, more than generally to the rest of us. So I would say, do you all enjoy seeing people come before the board to celebrate accomplishments?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I love seeing other people celebrated. That's not where I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer the other people be celebrated.
That is often true of
It's
communicators.
quite uncomfortable for communicators to be celebrated.
I love the celebration, but at the same time, I'm watching the clock.
Because you're very
Because you're
much
like, that is not data.
on a timetable.
You can't prove they should be celebrated.
That's where we differ in our group. I'm more than easy to just sit back and
No,
enjoy
but
it
I'm
for a minute.
sure.
Yeah. But that's a really good point. I've never thought about, thank you, Ms. Waters, I've never thought about, I don't actually like to be celebrated. I like, it's very uncomfortable.
All right, and it's kind of ironic that the people who were most for celebrations are least for being celebrated, but those two go together. And so almost everybody can join in this conversation about challengers because you are strong on challengers. But what do challengers want from the group interaction? What do they want?
A robust conversation.
A robust conversation.
I was going to say the exact
Yeah, that's exactly right.
thing.
I was going to say Sam wants to wrestle, but that's only because he was a wrestler once upon a time.
I just remember the Tom Cruise movie. You remember this one with Jack Nicholson?
Yes.
What do you want?
Yes.
I want the truth.
You can't handle the truth. I'm sorry, I could not help
But
it.
that's the line, right?
Ethics are extremely important to the challengers.
Yeah.
Challengers want answers to questions. They want to raise the questions. They want the facts to be accurate. Nothing will turn a challenger off more than to feel like someone's manipulating or betraying. That's like the kiss of death. And the challengers are the people who take risks. Because the challenger, by posing the question, is willing to take the risk. And it's kind of another little irony, because sometimes when people challenge, you think they have a point of view, but a challenger is also a person who can change their mind. Does that make any sense?
That's fair.
They have the flexibility if the facts take them in a new direction to
You
move.
can change your mind.
Can you I'm sorry, we were discussing the challenger aspect. Can you repeat the last two things you said?
I said sometimes challengers are the very people who can change their mind. That's almost counterintuitive. That you can, because sometimes when you're challenging, people think you're pushing a point of view. What you're really pushing for is a solution. And the challenger can often, when they get good information, make a shift in position.
We can make a shift, that's what you're saying?
You can, not
Yes.
everyone, but,
Okay, yes.
but you could.
I think that's very true, and I think of it in perspective of sometimes with staff. You know, I've often will ask staff some very direct questions because of something I don't know or I don't understand. But if they have a good answer, I'll be completely satisfied and I'll defend it. You know, but I feel that it was important to get to the question if I didn't understand why something was a certain way or what they were doing. But then, if they go through it, they give the answer, we're satisfied, it's a credible, verifiable answer, then, yep, yeah, absolutely, I'll stand by it.
Well, I understand we have ears listening to us, and probably a lot of those ears are staff members who are always concerned about pleasing the board and working effectively with the board. So I hope as we've had this conversation, people who are listening understand that this board has multiple strengths and multiple expectations. But you've done a really good job, and I'm going to kind of summarize them for everybody. And y'all disagree with me if I summarize them incorrectly. But when you look at your contributors in this group, they are looking for data and information and timetables and deliverables and objectives and approach. Okay? That's typically the contributors. When you're looking at collaborators, they're looking at the big picture, the context, the mission, the long-term goals, that there's a focus on options. Okay? When you look at the communicator, they want everybody to have a chance. They want to know what they don't know. They want an informal atmosphere. They like celebrations and recognition. And then when you look for challengers, they want robust conversation. Ethics matter. The truth matters. And sometimes lack of information can appear to be lack of truth. When someone can't answer a question, it raises the question of why don't they know? Okay?
And I want to add one thing to challengers. Sometimes we challenge to make sure that we are reflecting and not having group think on an issue. So sometimes I challenge, not because I necessarily believe that we have to go off course or totally different, but are we thinking through, are we fully, because we have long meetings and we can get tired and just want to make sure that we're fully thinking through. And then the board is in total agreement. So sometimes challenging isn't necessarily to change your direction.
That was that.
Yeah, I think it's important that some of us do that.
And you know, also on that, I want to push back and challenge on one of the last things
That I said?
that you said, and you might be on the same one. To me, it's not that the lack of data or the lack of information is there's any, like, it's not that we just assume or perceive that it's not there, but it's what you have here, the honest reporting of results. And I think that trust and credibility is very, very important. And if people try to hide the ball, right, or purposefully obfuscate, that's like one of the worst things you can do, in my view. I mean, I would much rather know that we don't have the answer, we need more time, we need more data, than to feel that I've been told something with the purpose of covering up something or deceiving me or something.
And what's really tricky, and I have a wonderful example, I'm thinking about whether I should share it with you or not. But I once was in a board meeting where I was telling the board they really had an academic issue with my role in the state and low-performing schools. And I went to a board meeting to share with them that their performance was going to bring sanctions. And they looked at me like, why are you here? And I was like, because of your achievement. And they brought out a newspaper story that had been written in the local press about how the district had the highest achievement they had ever experienced. And I'm there to tell them they are one of the lowest performing districts in the state. Okay? And so there was real cognitive dissonance between their view of where they stood academically and what I was bringing to them. And it took me a little while to puzzle out what had occurred. But the district had created a press release. And in the press release, they had summed the scores. So if a student had been proficient in math and proficient in reading, they were counted twice. And it was never divided by 2. And so the district proficiency had been reported to the community, and I'm going to use a hypothetical number so this district cannot be identified, but let's say it was presented as 70%, when in reality that division by 2 meant the proficiency was 35%. Okay? Because sometimes it is very hard to bring bad news to a board. And people think very hard about how they can create a better story. Sometimes that's disastrous if that spins the board away from knowing the facts that make it possible for the board to really exercise their responsibility. And in that case, that positive press spin and press release created an impression that things were going very well when in reality they were going very badly. And of course that causes much damage when something like that occurs. And I don't expect that's something this board is potentially going to face, but that story illustrates the point that you should never spin things in the board. The board really needs fair and accurate and honest information. But people have a tendency to find it very difficult to sometimes bring bad news forward.
I think, I'm just remembering our last superintendent search where, you know, that board, we had a conversation about, we didn't want somebody who, I think we used the term, polished the turd.
We did.
Right?
Like, you can look good on the outside, but the inside stinks. And, you know, I think that was something that was very prevalent. And I think that's something, even though we haven't explicitly said it for this board, that I feel like that's something that we value as well, as getting honest results rather than something that's not there.
Well, it's a very courageous superintendent who puts the bad news on the table. But once you have the bad news on the table, you can do something about it, because then you can strategize and plan. So yeah, honesty is a big, important thing.
Same, well, Lynn's had her hand up.
Oh, I didn't know if Tyler was. I was going to go after him because he had raised his hand earlier.
Oh, Christmas. I don't get fine.
I just wanted to add impact to collaborator. I didn't hear you say that, and that's huge for me, and I've got the biggest score in that category, because I do see that as different than goal-oriented.
Impact is outcome, what's real.
And I think challenging also can let people know that we're not being complacent as a board. That if something isn't, if we aren't performing as well as maybe we should as a district or in any particular area, that as a board, we're not just going to sit back and just be like, oh, that's fine, no big deal. So challenging and making people aware that we are challenging. I think that's important for the public to see as well.
Needing to know what we may not know.
Yes.
I think that goes back, several of these comments about Challenger goes back to this image. This is not all, and I realize this is just a piece of paper on this packet, but to frame challengers or challenging as all negative and contrary and divisive is not correct. So
I agree.
If I could offer a friendly amendment to that picture,
All
Barney
right.
5 is the perfect challenger.
Who?
The Andy Griffin
Five.
Show,
Five.
Barney 5
Barney.
was the great challenger.
Oh, that's funny.
He was a good challenger.
I didn't tell you this at the beginning, Tyler, but my hometown is Mount Airy, so I'm very familiar with the history of Mayberry. My father went to high school with Andy Griffin, so.
Tyler, that was a deep cut, Barney Fife. I feel like Is that what you're calling your topic?
That was my,
That was your,
I didn't represent Barney many times. So you need a Barney and an Andy. It's a good combination.
It is.
I know my role, I can play either one.
Maybe we could put Wonder Woman or somebody.
I'm here for Wonder Woman
or
always.
somebody else. Okay. To bring this to a close is, and I'm skipping to try to make our time work, watching time. So let's think about what you personally can do to help communication in the board. I don't know if any of you just took notes. I gave you this sheet about preferred style. But when you're talking with each other, be sure you kind of hit all of the bases that we've just covered. And be sure that there's time within the board that everybody, those 4 styles, get what they need. Okay? That's important. But the other thing that's important is to be consciously aware of your board operations and consciously aware that maybe the collaborator style is the least likely. And be certain that sometimes those of you who are challengers or communicators or contributors consciously switch your role and slide in as collaborators. In other words, try to keep things in balance. You know where you are going to get plenty of action. Just be consciously aware that you cover all the bases. Now, I don't think you have any shrinking violence in this group, so I'm sure Lynn will speak up. But don't leave Lynn as the only one who covers that base. In other words, learn to switch hit a bit and do the things that aren't necessarily your general style. Because sometimes that also shakes things up and helps you uncover things that you haven't thought of before. In other words, you don't get yourself in a rut of this is where I always am. Sometimes I'm going to consciously think of this from a different perspective. It's not my go-to perspective, okay? And so that's your self-contribution. I'm on 2 boards. Well, I'm only on 1 now. I just went off a board recently. And what I learned is the more I teach this unit for a school boards association, I think the better board member I become myself. Because I've become so much more aware of what's happening around me with other people and able to step up and try to fill a hole. I still have a long way to grow as a board member, but I do feel like I am growing as a board member because nobody, until you get some training, really teaches you how to be productive in this group you've suddenly found yourself with a responsibility to be in. And when you typically put yourself forward for a board, I'm not on a board that requires being elected. One of the boards I'm on is the Durham Tech Board, and that's an appointment. But you go for it because you have an interest. But your interest isn't how to be a great board member. Your interest is issues or things you care about that propel you into action to put yourself forward. It's very different once you get there because you have to start thinking about how do I become part of the team. It's an individual interest that pushes you forward, but it's a team effort that will win the day. And I really learned this. I didn't tell you much about my experience, but at one point, my husband's job took us to a new community, and I ended up in a school that had been identified as low performing by the state. 3 years later, it was the highest performing school in the state. Okay? And when I left that school, it was 95% proficient. Started at 42. but it was exactly the same group of teachers and the same community. We did get bigger over time, but that school that was identified as low performing and then became the highest performing school in the state, we didn't come in and wipe out all the faculty. It was the same people. And so you say, how did that happen? It's because they grew in their motivation and skill to work together to teach the children. And that was it. That was the secret to that really incredible change, is people came together and worked effectively. And the results for the kids, it was phenomenal. And that's all it takes, is that conscious effort and purpose to be better. But again, when you come to a board, you aren't initially thinking about how do we become the best team. You are thinking about becoming a part, okay? So the challenge to you, there's no doubt that you are a strong board, but strong boards can be stronger. And so we're going to take a look now, we're going to transition to a different set of activities about what it means to be an effective team. Okay? You've learned about yourself as individuals. Now we're going to learn about effective teams. And Jonathan, if you'll just pass that down and everybody take one.
Good one for me.
Yeah. Here's my thing.
Thank you. We're getting a new page.
It may be in your handbook.
There's the 12 characters.
Kara, may I look at your book for a minute? Because my book doesn't look exactly like yours.
You have the explanations. Not necessarily in short.
Yes. So don't look in your book yet on page 18. Look at your handout, because I'm going to give you a task first, which is, look at that list of characteristics of an effective team and see if there are 3 you feel you've learned about today that you can particularly bond with yourself.
Bond with.
What was that last part? Bond with what?
So what speaks to?
What speaks to you? Pick 3 of these characteristics of a team that particularly speaks to you.
I thought it was just those first 4. I thought that was it.
I'm just going to say my 3 fit very well with the,
With your
with my
characteristics.
characteristics.
All right. We're going to do a quick scan to be sure we have somebody on every one of these. So we're going to have to go round table and call them out. And I'm going to do this by number, okay? Did anybody go with number 1? Sam, Tyler, Chris, and Cheryl?
Challengers.
Is that right? All right, informality. Now that surprises me. I was expecting to look up and see 2 of you. All right,
Not a
we'll
priority.
come back
Very
to
serious
that.
over here.
Participation. Okay. Oops, this thing is not staying on so good all of a sudden. All right, listening. Okay. All right. Civilized disagreement.
I was struggling with that one, those were.
You can have 4 if you'll be one of theirs.
Oh, whoa. Then that's definitely my fourth.
All right.
Oh, yeah, it was 4, yeah.
Consensus decisions. Anybody want to be a 4th and join in with Lindsay on consensus decisions?
I'm okay being alone.
Okay, Cheryl's come
Okay.
in. Open communication. Oh, wow. This one's easier to write down who didn't raise their hand. All right. Clear roles. Anybody want to join in with Tara on that one? All right, Tara, you're going to stand alone for a minute. Shared leadership. Okay?
Oh, like your style.
Added that in
I
as the
almost took a
fourth.
fifth.
External relations. External relations.
Yeah, I
Okay,
wasn't
we're
quite
gonna
sure.
look these up. Style diversity. Okay, we've got 3 there. Self-assessment. Okay, all right. We're gonna look at the ones we have, the ones where everybody had their hand up, those are bases you probably got well covered, okay? So what we're gonna look at is where you're not as well covered. And I'm gonna determine that if 3 of you are with it, you're on it, okay? So now we're gonna look at things you need to build. Let's read number 2, informality. Who might read that one for us?
Where are we?
And where,
Back to your book.
We're on
It's
page.
page 18.
Gotcha.
Back to your book.
Oh, this would have been helpful when, you can't measure it, you can't record it, but you know when it's there and you know when it's not. An informal, relaxed atmosphere contributes to better problem-solving, decision-making, creativity, and risk-taking. Team members do their best work when they are relaxed. How do you establish an informal, relaxed climate on a team?
I would say, I hate to jump on the turn. I feel like that's what we do in closed session. That's, to me, I think that's the definition that we fit. We all have great conversation, and it's not as formal once we're in closed session. So I think we do it. We just, for
We
me, I
do
just
it
have to-
more when the cameras aren't running.
Correct.
I think that would have been my 4th, had I realized we were able to have a 4th, but I do think that we try to do that in closed session, but we do get kept in line with what we're allowed to talk about, so I don't think that we have.
She totally looked at you when you were looking down, too.
She didn't even try. She was like, yes.
I felt it, but it's fine.
It was an enduring
I honor
look.
it. Thank you.
But I
Good
think
job.
as far as us as a team, there is no time for that informality.
It's been a lot of, like, getting acclimated to being on the board. For those of us that were new, it's learning the new styles of everybody that's been on the board, and, you know, for all of us, learning how we work as a team, and then add a superintendent search on top of that. But I think informality is a tough word.
I
Just
agree.
because the way our board needs, I think we feel needs to present itself, informality means a sense of like, not taking the work seriously. Whereas I think if you were to say like feeling relaxed and comfortable with one another or with the work, I think that's a different tone.
But I also think that that's hard, to Cheryl's point. I mean, I wouldn't say I don't think our other board achieved that, and I spent some
No.
years with them. Because your job is to always not be in a quarrel. And I think it's really hard for people to be relaxed with people that they don't really know. So trust is as far as you can see people in a board that is strictly running legally the way it should. So you don't really know people. You know who shows up at this board table, but that's not, I mean, my professional self is not my personal self. I mean, that's for me. I have a
And that
hard
really
code
is.
switch.
The pressure is on you, especially when there are cameras and everything is scrutinized by the press. I mean, I've already acknowledged you, I was married to the press, but I also had the misfortune, I guess, of being a high school principal who was front page news for several days in the newspaper my husband was editor of, okay? So I understand.
Yes, you do.
It's a whole different type of nerve.
Yeah.
I think it's really important in this definition where it brings up problem-solving, decision-making, creative, and risk-taking, because these are things that I think that are extremely important in the atmosphere that we're in right now as a board, and this part normally gets left out.
And maybe that's the advantage of a day like today. Even though there are ears listening, you've had a little more informal atmosphere today. You know, I go on first name basis usually when I work with boards because that sets an informal tone. But I also understand the biggest board in this, the biggest school, the board for the biggest school district in the state, in a community that is very professionally oriented, that your external image is best served to be a professional image and to be a professional board. And so we have to balance that ability to know each other as individuals with that need to present yourself as a very serious-minded professional board, because you have a big community and you have big issues, and that takes a very professional attitude, and that is to your stead. And that's one of those things where the strength also becomes the weakness. The very need to be the professional board for a professional community with big problems to solve leaves little time for that more relaxed and informal side of things. Okay?
But I want to push back on something as a challenger. The idea that informal and relaxed, because we can be relaxed in a formal setting and have robust, great conversations. I think we do at times as a board actually do that. I don't really like tying informal to relaxed as if it's...
And I think that's really an important comment, because relaxed conveys healthy relationships. Maybe the word informal is not the word you need to think about, but it's just simply maintaining a relaxed and comfortable collaborative environment. And maybe dropping the word informal from this list and calling it what we're saying, which is collaborative and relaxed.
Trusting and open.
Strive.
Yeah, trusting and open has been, I think, a lot of what the board's, appreciated during the communication. It's a trusting and open environment people can share.
Tara?
I just want to thank you, Sam, for saying that, because I had something like that in my head, but I couldn't articulate it. So I very much share that perspective on informal. So thank you.
Well, I just crossed out informal on my sheet and replaced it with trusting and open, because I think that better captures what we see. So that was one that sort of came to the forefront. Let's look at another one.
No, I just went pretty.
Clear roles
Could I
and
mention
work
one thing?
assignments.
I do think that you all in your committees, that one of the structure that you have set up was designed to create more open and robust conversations. I know that when you're in your full meeting, it's, time is tight, you have specific agenda items, but I know that leadership and you all do set up this committee structure and I do think that there's more open, robust conversations about each policy that you guys work through in the committees and in work sessions at times. So, I do think there are some structures you put in place to try to develop that. So.
And we felt that when we were exclusively in the other room and didn't feel like there was that, as formal as this still is in this room, it's much more informal and collaborative than I think sometimes being in the larger room.
Agreed.
Well, actually, that was the perfect segue into clear roles and work assignments. So if you'll turn on page 19 to the one where only Tara stepped forward. Tara, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about Tara, who's meeting, she's the chair of our Durham Tech Board. And that's the meeting I'm going to be late for today. But anyway, let's read this clear roles and work assignments. And Tara, would you read that one for us?
One way that teams break down is the lack of clarity about the roles played by team members. When members operate on a set of inaccurate expectations about what other people are supposed to do, this can lead to interpersonal conflicts. Effective teams spend time at the outset clarifying the roles, expectations of each team member. In addition, once a decision is made, members should take on assignments designed to implement that decision. And the work assignments should be spread across the members of the team so that some members do not get burdened with a disproportionate amount of work.
Now that you read that definition, you can see why I said Jonathan gave us that perfect segue when he talked about how your committee structure and your committee assignments have kind of distributed the workload. Okay? But are there other comments about the board and clear roles and work assignments?
I think these are essential. It just wasn't, when we had to limit it to 3 and then 4, there were a few others that jumped out, I think, just because of the exercise. But here, 2 things in that definition, I think, should be highlighted. You know, inaccurate expectations about what other people are supposed to do. We have to have clear expectations, because if we don't, that's where trust breaks down, and that's where we become disappointed. That's where we think, you know, someone hasn't fulfilled their obligation, and that can be very damaging to us as a team. And I think that do not get burdened with a disproportionate amount of work. I think everybody around this table knows how much work this role takes. And, you know, I'd be lying if I said I didn't struggle with it, keeping up with everything on top of family and work and other obligations. And so, you know, the idea that, you know, someone is getting a free pass or is out of that while everyone else is like really struggling, I think that's another thing that can break down morale and teamwork, and kind of, if you don't watch it, I mean, it can create resent, you know? And so this is this is one that when you talk about like what is the role of the team, I don't think it's a definitional term that we use to define team, but I think it's extremely important. And this could be one of the most disruptive things if this isn't followed.
In other words, if someone consistently is late, unprepared, unready, that can be a negative for a group. Because but everybody feels that pressure and stress because of all the time commitments. But I think you're exactly right. Everybody has both an individual and a collective responsibility to the group to get the job done. Lindsay.
I was going to say, I think the hard thing is, especially, you know, coming on to this board, is realizing that everything is important. Whether it's being prepared for the meeting, being prepared for your committees, being prepared for our weekly student assignment hearings, because you're dealing with families and needing to know what folks are saying and what they're sharing with us. And then the disciplinary hearing piece is, you know, so important because that impacts the lives of individual students. And so making sure that you're prepared. And I appreciate Tara for lifting this up, because I know that that's a part of that process piece that, you know, it's when someone asks, well, what can we put down? And it's like, well, it's all kind of important. And so you have to find that balance between, you know, your life outside of this room and your life here. And that's challenging sometimes.
And it can be to just build on that. I mean, it can be tough because, like, do you know, right? How do you ask for help? Or how do you know if I've got all of these different things I'm juggling? I know it's all important, but are there ways to manage where, you know, I mean, I don't like to admit weakness. I don't like to admit that I can't get something done, but sometimes you have to. Because if you don't, then people aren't prepared for it.
Especially when you're on a teamwork board, because we're as strong as our weakest person, or our weakest, I don't like to use that term, but it's an analogy. So I think it just goes back to that open and honest communication and going from there. So thank you for what you're doing.
I do, and I think that's for me why it's important for people to say what they don't know, because it's really hard to help somebody. And I don't know, for me, it's not about not admitting it. It's about most people don't know what they don't know, and I always push people to ask yourself the question. Because if you don't ever ask yourself, it's hard to ever ask for help, and it's sometimes you don't know what to ask because you've not done the self-reflection, which is helpful in a self-assessment. What do you need to know to ask the right questions to get help?
And I see this one as, for me, a personal area for growth, because like if something is like a sign or I'm told to do something, it is do it no matter what. That's how I was raised. Do it no matter what.
Answer all the questions.
Yeah, if you have to miss sleep, if you have to, neglect yourself, it needs to be done. And so just kind of, for me, understanding that not everybody carries that same discipline and knows how to operate like that, because I can't even sleep. If I have something that is due, I can't even sleep if it's not done. But just kind of having more understanding and being more reflective of different people's lived experience and how they view getting something done is an area I identify as a place where I can grow.
I agree with that.
Well, you got something on there.
Yeah, this is more in the execution of how this works, but I'd like to see us try to be more intentional about having the quorum that's required for student assignment appeals to 5 versus 6, 7, 9 members, only because that's really the only opportunity that any one of us has at any given week to step away. Where our committee meeting structure is really, all 9. We may not be required to be here, but that's the expectation. And I know for myself, I make much better decisions participating in the committee meetings, because then when it comes to the board for a vote, I have so much more information, and it wouldn't be the same just watching online, which we can all do.
I think that's also a difference between being in your first year versus having been on the board for a while, because there's so much that you don't know that you feel like you need to do and be at all the things. And I admittedly missed quite a few committee meetings, but being able to listen to it and then knowing who I can go to if I have questions, I think is a difference of experience.
It's interesting. So I disagree. I don't like the expectation that we all 9 attend committee meetings. I'm not like this since I've been on the board, because I don't think you establish trust and clear roles and expectations. Because everyone's like, well, I got to be there, it is an unwritten expectation that has existed since I've been on the board. And because I am sometimes a challenger, I'm like, no, it's not my committee. I'm trusting the people to lead it and to deliver the information, because that's how you develop. I also believe in developing leaders. Leaders are hard to develop when we're all in it. So for me, that's my biggest pushbacks. And the same thing with student appeals. I'm like, well, there's still 12 people you don't need. Because I think it's just practice of not allowing the work to happen. So it's interesting, because I didn't push back Jonathan, because he's a proxy of our board. When he said we have the structure set up, I was like, we really don't. We're a committee of the whole for every committee.
And have been.
And have been as long as I've been here.
I actually find value in that, because, we are 9 people making a decision, so I'm with you, Lynn. I feel like it's kind of like my job to be there, be part of, at least hearing the conversation and involved. I don't know.
I regret using that word expectation, because I also agree with you, Monica, about the trust factor. For me, myself, I am more engaged in even listening. If I never say a word during the committee, I am more engaged in the listening and the receiving of the information if I'm here in person than watching it online. So that's a benefit to me. But I definitely trust, each committee to do the work, and I wouldn't, if I did miss a committee, I wouldn't feel like I couldn't go to any member that was present to ask about, or staff, to ask about something. So I don't know that I articulated that very well, because I totally agree with that trust piece.
I think it's also just showing up when you're compelled to show up. For an example, I don't often come to facilities unless it's an issue affecting the school in District 9 that I feel like a voice should be added, but I don't get the urge of saying, oh gosh, you need to get on these committees, because you'll burn yourself out. And this is a long game. And I think I think as we begin to develop that trust, we know how to step up and step back. So that's just how I feel, so thanks for bringing that.
It's interesting because I kind of use all the committee meetings because I don't have institutional knowledge that Monica and Lindsay and Chris have, and the relationships that they build. And sometimes I'll just come here because I'm relationship building too, as far as because it's my first year. I don't know that I feel I don't actually feel the pressure to be at all of them, but I have, for me, it's just creating, I didn't know central office staff till December 6th, basically. And so that's kind of what I use it for. But I do agree with the idea that we do not need to all be here to be an effective board when it comes to committee meetings or student transfer appeals.
And perhaps it's a bigger conversation about what the purpose of a committee is. I lead an organization, so for me, structure matters, and committees are where the work happens. It doesn't mean people don't know what's happening, because the problem is the committee ain't working and people feel like if I don't attend, then I'm not engaged in what's happening. That means a committee isn't effective. That's what a committee means, if people can't miss the meeting and still know, and that's what I mean by trust, that you are still a part of the work. Committees don't make executive decisions. That's why you don't vote anything out of committee.
Right.
And so I guess for me, the expectation is everybody attends, because we have not built the structure to ensure people feel knowledgeable, heard, and a part of every decision, even if they aren't in a structure that's designed to still facilitate that. So maybe I should clarify, that's what I mean by trust.
I'll give you, if I may, just another perspective on that, is that, I appreciate that. I think we were very intentional this year, setting up the committees for at least the first few committees to really introduce topics, right? Like Finance Committee, how much of Finance Committee in the early committees were just introducing what the committee does and how the school finance works, or how facilities work, what these different concepts are. And then I think now that folks are a little more seasoned, I think it's going to be okay to maybe peel back some, and maybe not. But I think for new members,
See, I won't.
You
because-
don't?
No, I designed policy and finance because we're a committee of the whole. Otherwise, I would have said to the chair, these things go in work session.
Well,
So the way I lead them is based on how we show up. So yes, I agree,
Okay.
but I did it intentionally because every committee is a committee of the whole.
And see, I did it the other way. I thought I really need to put all this stuff in here and encourage people to come in, because if they don't get in committee, they won't get it anywhere else.
I think that's the same, because otherwise
Yeah.
we should be getting it somewhere else, I
Yeah.
guess is my point. But yes,
Okay.
I did it because we don't use our structure any other way to do that.
Yeah.
I think also, I want to touch back on that piece, about our own personal commitment to the work and how we view others. And if we view like someone's not at the table, I think Chris used the word, it can build resentment. And I think we all, I think that's something to help people reflect, because it's hard to figure out what to drop, but I'm sitting here and I'm listening and I'm going, well, maybe there's a way that we can have a committee reporting structure, even if it's informally at the table, but that adds another layer of work for folks. So, maybe that's something to reflect on
How
about
we function in meetings.
for, what does a functioning board look like if we don't have a committee of the whole versus if we do have a committee of the whole.
And I appreciate you circling back to that, and also the acknowledgement of real feelings that people can possess when they feel like they're doing what has been outlined, and feel, that they have certain areas of their, like maybe personal life, that are neglected to keep up with the commitment that was given. And so I think just acknowledging how people can actually feel and being being able to talk about those feelings early on so it doesn't get into a place of resentment or a place of dysfunction. I think it's a good conversation to have on the front end.
Because I'm sure there are boards, and I've seen other boards where you can feel the tension and resentment between board members to the point where it almost seems like people are voting against not the idea, but the member. And I don't think that's, I think we can all agree that that is the sign of a dysfunctional board. If I'm just going to vote that down because I don't like that person.
Yeah, I just want to say that I also come to all the committee meetings that I can make because I really enjoy being in the company of the people on this board and learning. Like I genuinely enjoy just being here with this group.
Well, and you and I
I'm
have a
doing
little
this.
more flexibility during the day too than other folks on this board.
That's
A little bit.
A little bit, not as much as people think, but I really do just enjoy the company of the people on this board and learning from them as well.
That's a nice note to kind of transition, but also recognize that this provoked as much conversation as anything today. And so it probably is something you want to mull over and revisit and sort of reaffirm how you're going to work together as a group. Because I can always tell, part of the reason I did the forced choice, Sam, and made it you do 3 was to make the tension points kind of appear. And that surfaced a spirited conversation about something to think through. And I'm going to take us to another one, which is number 10. Nobody stepped forward and had anything to say about number 10.
It's my fifth.
And maybe number 10's not relevant to your board work, but let's take a look at it. Who would volunteer to read this one?
I'll read it.
Okay?
An often overlooked area of team success, this characteristic says that no team is an island. No team can be completely successful unless it manages the outside, the key stakeholders who can support or block the work of the team. The effective team spends time building bridges to these key stakeholders. Who are the typical stakeholders of a team? What have you done to build alliances with them?
Well, I think, again, I saw these here and wasn't reading the descriptions, but I think of, just our commissioners being a big member and a big part of that external relations. We had our joint meeting. We were at the board meeting last night to see them vote on our budget. Seeing our staff and myself at their work session to answer questions, I think that's huge external relations. One of our first tasks was doing the legislative agenda. And then we have, different stakeholders like the Chamber of Commerce and Weekend Partnership and Smart Start. And I know Ms. Johnson-Hostler and Ms. Waters have done a lot in their communities with outreach when I think of things, Chris doing a lot of work with the Indian and South Asian community and his community, and I know we've all kind of built those. I know I'm not lifting everybody up, but I know everybody here has done that piece to build it a little bit in their community. But I think when I saw external relations, without the definition, it was a little.
Well, and it wasn't the top priority.
No.
I asked you to pick top priorities.
Yeah.
But that still uncovers that there are things that seem to be no one's first thought.
I think
but very
parents are
important
also external
attend
to me,
to.
though. So that's why I struggle with this, and I was like, external is important. I usually won't let me choose a fifth one, which I could have. But I also think our parents are external, and I'm going to use an example that Cheryl and I talked about is, when community groups are pushing back on us, it is our job to go talk to them. And she gave an example of she went in thinking, oh God, these people are going to tear us apart. But she had a very different conversation which outlined what the board does, how much work it is, and you can share your own experience. But the outcome is very different because people don't know if we don't engage to tell them. And I thought that was a good example of external relations.
Well, the really tricky thing about this list is all 12 of them are very important. And so all 12 of them need your attention. And to kind of reaffirm what your role is, taking this list with the definitions on page 18 and 19 and reading through all of them kind of will refresh your thinking about how you make this team as productive as possible. I've sort of shortened some of our exercises today to kind of get within the time frame and be sure we cover things. So this one might be a tiny bit of homework just to reread and think about the 12 characteristics of an effective team. So many of you step forward just in the 3 that really tells me there are people in this group really thinking about most of these and will keep your attention on most of these. But it does highlight when it's nobody's top 3 or 4 that a couple of these things may just need a little deeper reflection. You had a very good conversation about one and very clear when we got to number 10, oh yeah, there are important people. Our stakeholders are above us, the commissioners who grant us money, and the families that we serve, the kids and the parents in the community. So yes, the external one is very important, but I don't know, sometimes maybe it doesn't pop up until there's a problem. And then that becomes more aware. You know, the county commission needs some convincing about how much and why you need certain resources. Or parents need some reassurance that the board is working on their behalf, on the behalf of the whole community.
I think one thing that we can think about in terms of external relations is whether we are reactive or proactive. You know, building bridges is I think more successful if we're proactive with it rather than just being reactive to a some issue that comes up.
Well, you have the very tough job of not pleasing everyone. And you've had some real issues that the growth of the community has probably made pleasing people more difficult because of constantly having to move children. I once worked for a superintendent, and most of you will not know his name, but his name was Jay Robinson. And he was an outstanding superintendent for Charlotte-Mecklenburg. And I remember when I was very young, Jay saying to me, nothing upsets people more than having to move children. And when some communities have to move children because they have to close schools. And that's really traumatic in those smaller communities where the school is the center of the community and it's shut. But it's equally difficult when you're constantly having to build schools and shift people because the enrollment moves so quickly. So not all the decisions you make are popular ones, but again, those ways of being proactive and communicating are important too. So those are things I know you struggle with, and I can tell by the look on your face when I mentioned the challenges of growth that they're not easy challenges. They're not easy challenges, but it's great that so many people want to have their kids in the public schools of Wake County too. Absolutely great. Something to celebrate. All right, so I'm going to ask you, and I want to be sure I use this board because someone went to great trouble to make sure that I have this board because the first one wasn't very stable and somebody worked very hard to get one that will stand up. So let's talk about the last important thing. Because I'm watching, I hope I can spell today. A 5-letter word. I'm watching the clock and I want to get you back on schedule. So I'm assuming if we end at 4, you'll do your 4:20 thing like you planned and things will roll along?
Yes, we've got some time built in for a buffer, but I know
Okay.
you have a hard stop, so.
Well, I'm going to try to get us back as much as I can to where we were going originally. So trust. Let's talk about trust because it's come up before and it is the most make or break piece of any interpersonal interaction. whether it's individual or group. So what does trust mean to you?
Integrity, open, honest communication.
Open, honest, integrity. If I spell something wrong, somebody just correct me. Because
You're good.
I was trying to think of the one other thing you said, open, honest, communication.
Reliability.
Say what you mean and mean what you say.
You literally took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay, I'm gonna abbreviate that. Say what you mean.
Words and actions alone.
Mean what you say.
I think being vulnerable.
Interesting. Did I spell that one right?
Yes.
Okay. They don't look right to me. I think it's this mask kind of in my way. Other words that are associated with trust for you.
Honesty, well, honest is up there, so. Never mind. I'm not reading. My glasses.
I want to see the full picture. I don't know what the right vocabulary word is for that, but
The full picture.
yeah.
Okay. In other
The
words,
good, the
not
bad, the ugly.
concealing things.
And transparency.
Dishonest by just being incomplete.
The transparency? Is that, might be the same as another one up there. Good answer, good answer. Survey says.
Well, I guess
Well,
ethical.
ethical goes in there. I mean, ethical could be like talking about people behind their back, or, you know, I mean. So that's a little different than not being honest. Anything else?
And we also own how you feel, and just, if, just.
Sharing.
Yeah, sharing, yeah, own how you
Sharing.
feel, just say it where you stand.
That's a little
Even if
bit
it's not
related.
popular, even if you think you'll be alone in your perspective, own how you feel, and share your perspective, as that is important for trust funding.
Yeah, that's a little bit related to Wink's suggestion of vulnerability. In other words, being willing to put yourself out there.
I think, I don't know how to say this, but I want to, like, owning your principles, right? Like, if you are, and maybe this is say what you mean what you say, but don't change your principles based on the audience. Like, knowing yourself a little bit and trusting yourself.
Is that a form of reliability or
It could be, yeah.
constancy? I'm
Yeah,
trying to put a word to this.
consistency, I don't know.
What did you just say? Lynn?
Consistency?
Consistency.
Goes with integrity, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. I think it goes with something
Well,
else.
some of these words have shades in them that convey just a little bit bigger picture. So when you get the whole list of them, you get a really good feeling of kind of what you're headed toward, right?
I was thinking also, like having each other's back. I don't know how to say.
Supportive.
Support. Yeah.
Yeah.
That you can count on somebody.
Count, yeah.
Dependability.
In other words, again, that's back to what Lindsay said about not flip-flopping. There's a stability to it. So having each other's back.
Which you can't do without trust.
I will never remember what HEOB is.
Okay. How about if I put back there?
That's fine, thank you.
Having each other's
The
back.
one I got.
And respecting your colleagues' ability to do
Respect.
that. Yeah, just respect.
Okay. So I get a sense from the conversation that's already occurred today that trust is important to you all. And trust to you all means this group. What we're going to talk a little bit about is how you build trust. Because trust doesn't, for some people, they give you trust till you do something to take it away. There are people, I think, who just generally start with, I trust you. And then they withdraw trust if they feel their belief in trust has been broken. But for most people, I think, they come into it the opposite way. People kind of have to earn trust. In other words, they don't start out thinking, I just absolutely can trust you. And that may come in part from people's life experience or just the amount of optimism they start with. It can come from different reasons, but people move in different directions about trust. So let's talk about if we can categorize these. And let's look at the definition School Boards Association gives us on page 20. And see if it captures your words. So who wants to read page 20 for us?
I'll read it.
Thank you, Lynn.
A confident reliance on integrity, veracity, on justice of another, a confidence in the reliability of persons without careful investigation, a confident expectation, belief, hope.
Are you comfortable with that definition and your list of words collectively to be what we're going to talk about? So page 21 is a little trust building activity. And I'd like you to do the 1 to 6 by yourself, okay? And I want you to simply plus or minus. And I'm going to do number 1 with you together. Bill is prepared for board meetings. He has studied the items in his board agenda packet and participates in board discussions. Now, if you think that behavior adds trust or makes you trust someone, give it a plus. If you think it takes away trust, give it a minus. And do questions 2 through 6, and then just stop there. Kind of watching faces to see when everybody's finished. Anybody need another minute? Okay, let's go through, who will read number 2 and venture to say whether it's a positive or a negative?
John provides his opinion on most items, especially those which he has disagreement.
Plus or minus?
I mean, I think plus because you know where he stands.
Okay. Did anybody disagree that that's a plus? All right, Lynn, let's hear your perspective.
I took that to me, I mean, my initial reaction to that was, you don't need to do that all the time. I mean, I think it's important for people to say how they feel, but it's also okay to just let it go.
Okay. So Lynn has a perspective that this could be
So
carried to an excess,
Right, for me, it was more about frequency.
a minus.
Is what I was.
But generally speaking, it seems like the consensus of the group is, yeah, I'd like to know what people think, and I appreciate them sharing the opinion. So let's look at number 3. Who's willing to read number 3 and take a position? Sam?
Jerry tells you her opinion in the parking lot after the meeting and after the vote, and that's a big negative.
That's a minus because it's too late to be helpful. Okay? Number 4, who's going to do that one? Somebody who hadn't read one already.
Linda, the board president, tends to call on Jerry and John more than others in team discussions. It's a negative.
That's a negative because it's not equal airtime. Okay? Number 5.
At the board meeting, Ken calmly shared his feelings about being left out of the information loop in the last few weeks. That is a plus. Letting others know where he stands and hopefully
And we'll notice that Tara picked the one about sharing. She added sharing up here. And number 5, Ken is sharing his feelings. Very important. And that also speaks to the point we, I think, brought out about vulnerability. I can spell it now, I can't say it. Vulnerability. Number 6.
Jerry talks to Mary about the problems he's having with Bill. He talks to Bill about problems he's having with Mary.
Negative. Okay, let's just see if we can wing these without any prior work now. Will somebody take on 7, and after you read it, just take a stand?
Shortly after John took the oath of office as a new board member, he went on one individual school campus and began questioning the principal, an individual he is rumored to like to see removed. I think that's a negative.
That's a negative, right? Way beyond the role of a board member. All right, number 8.
Jerry, an experienced board member, calls Matt on the telephone. He asks Matt's opinion on a closed meeting issue and asks Matt not to tell anyone he has talked about the issue outside the closed meeting. You want me to say what I think?
Yep.
I don't. It's not a closed meeting issue. I don't have a particular problem with that.
That
No,
one's
it's
tricky.
I don't either.
Yeah, to me, it's fine.
I think the last line is meant to make it look nefarious, like, don't tell anyone.
Yeah,
But like,
that's trusting
I think,
somebody on the board to keep a conversation private, and I don't think there's anything wrong with asking that of somebody.
That one's a little tricky.
but it's, the way it's phrased makes me think it's negative, like Jerry's trying to hide something from other people and he's trying to
But
get.
again, for us, we have to talk in groups of 2s or 3s, so sometimes it's really hard to have an open conversation and see where you need to, what the temperature in the room is. Like, we use that phrase a lot, and sometimes we can't do that openly, so I'm with you, Sam.
Yeah, and that's what makes it tricky, because you aren't supposed to have small group discussions, meaning more than 2 people, but having individual discussions with another one board member is sometimes recommended as a way of building consensus. What's tricky about that one, and the School Boards Association who gives me this content comes down on this one as a negative. And I think it's because of the secrecy about, in that last sentence.
Yeah.
And, you know, I often think when I read this one, suppose Jerry wasn't the experienced board member. Suppose Jerry was the inexperienced board member, and he called an experienced board member to get a little guidance on something after a closed board session. Would that be something good or bad? It kind of depends on, I think, the degree of manipulation versus the degree of honestly trying to understand what's going on that would be kind of concealed in that interaction, if that makes any sense.
Well, and also, I mean, if you're talking about trust being earned, I mean, there are some people you trust more than others based on your experience with that person, right? So you may want to speak to that person in confidence over just talking about it as a whole group. Right?
And I think the context matters too, right?
Right.
Like, let's say, I'm calling Wing because I have a question and I'm looking for guidance, or I call Tara, I have a question, as opposed to I'm calling Wing and telling Wing, I need you to vote this way, Tara, I need you to vote this way. I think one is a lot more understandable or normal than another. I think if you were calling to ask about something and maybe you were unsure of yourself or
Wanted somebody's opinion
Yeah.
versus trying to whip votes in a certain direction, I think there's a difference.
Motivation matters in this one. What is the underlying motivation? Is it to manipulate something, or is it to make a better decision? Okay, number 9.
When May was the board president last year, she held several meetings to enlist team members' support, input, and agreement on team operating procedures. So I think that would be a positive. Again,
Provided the whole team is there.
well, no, I mean, that's just it.
Yeah.
I think you could do that in smaller meetings, but I think you have to be careful or it falls into number 8, right?
And not too many meetings, May.
Sure, no.
All right, number 10.
John often takes full credit with community members for actions approved by the majority. That is a negative.
So that's one person assuming that they are the cause of this, not the collective decision of the board. In other words, it's someone trying to intentionally take credit rather than share the credit with other board members.
That full credit is the real tell right there.
Yeah, full credit is the real tell word. And number 11.
Jerry often shares information that another board member has shared with him in confidence. Negative.
Jerry's a jerk.
If we were to try to group the words you put here on the board, it would probably come out sort of like page 22. So let's check your list against page 22 and see if you can agree that those 4 behaviors would be good behaviors for every board member to try to exhibit. 1 is competence. Okay? 1 is openness. 1 is reliability. And 1 is equity. Are those 4 words that would feel comfortable to you to encapsulate what you put on the board?
I don't think we talked much about like the ideas that would be competence, but I think it's a good one to have on that list.
Might be the one you missed on the list.
I mean,
Because
we
you
have-
talked about it earlier, very seriously on the list of 12 characteristics of an effective team. You really got centered on that performing on the job. Okay? So that might be missing here, but might be something that you would want to put. The reason I suggest this is, if you can sort of bring this into focus, these are 4 things you can always work on yourself. And somehow, if the group can come to an agreement, yes, these 4 things will build trust among our team. Then you can say, am I being competent? You can self-question yourself. Have I been open? Have I really shared and received information honestly? Have I been reliable? Can people count on me? And have I been equitable? Have I been impartial in my decision making? So see if this resonates. We can add another word if there's something you think is missing. almost becomes a list of behavior norms about dealing with each other as a group. You know, you can count on me to do these 4 things. Tara?
If I was going to add another word, it would probably be respect, because I don't know if respect falls into any of
Okay.
the 4.
Tara's proposing that the word respect be there too. Because respect, I think, conveys tone and many things about how you interact together.
I'd agree.
Chris agrees. Everybody comfortable with adding to your list the word respect as well? So trust becomes a two-way street. You know, it's give and take. And to build trust, if you can agree on these 5 principles as ways of working together, you can build trust within your own team. Now, as our last activity, I think we're going to look at how you can destroy trust. Okay, we've looked at how you can build it. Let's look a little bit together at how you can destroy trust. And that will take us over to page 24 in your book. Why don't we just read these together? I'm sorry, read these silently. We've done a lot of reading together. Read through this list silently. Anybody disagree with any of these as not being a trust breaker? Everybody comfortable with that list? Is you don't want to do this if you can possibly avoid it ever? Some of these are really tough. They really are tough. Having worked with many boards, I find sometimes number 6 is really hard. Sometimes number 7 is really hard. And sometimes number 8 is really hard. And can be challenging. Lynn's going no.
I found that so interesting. The hard one for me is number 2. In the sense that, we just got through developing a strategic plan, and I think we're all very dedicated to what's in that. So there are some principles and values that we have that are not negotiable. So I struggle with what this is talking about. If this means not listening to others' input or, not seeking other points of view, I agree.
Well, I'll give you one that I've seen recently, and again, try very hard not to identify where I saw it, which is a board member having an interest in athletics, and only athletics. And so athletics is the whole focus of that board member's interest.
I see.
Okay? So it's really being a single issue person.
Okay.
And that can be many things. It may be the reason that propels somebody to get on the board, and they just don't do this. Has anybody else seen any of these be particularly challenging?
I'm just thinking, Ms. Johnson-Hostler and I had somebody who fit number 2 once upon a time, and that was hard because it was hard to gain that person's interest or caring about making decisions that weren't related to their area of interest. And then when we had to move on from their area of interest, they did not want to.
So that can really become a stumbling block.
Number one, small groups. Again, I'm gonna keep going back to the fact that we don't really have open discussions, so sometimes we are forced to actually do that. I don't think it's out of mistrust. I think it's out of communication to try and work within what we are allowed to do and not do. I don't think it ever gets discussed, well, I can only speak for myself, that it gets discussed, but it doesn't come back to the table as a discussion.
I think we've, and I'll say, just in my perspective, I think we've had more healthy and open conversations at the board table than, other boards that I've been with over my time here. The discussion we had on increasing meal prices, I think, was a really robust discussion that in years past, other folks would have tried to say, well, you can't say why you disagree. We're just going to vote. And so I think that, I think I'm seeing us having more open conversations in the public eye than maybe in other years. And it may not seem that way fully just because of the nature of board operations, but I think that that's just one example that I've seen where, when I came on the board, it was more like, well, what do you think? What are you going to do? Here's why you can't do that. And no, that was just a different group of folks and a different philosophy. And I think sometimes having those discussions in the public is important.
I think as long as we all have the understanding that decisions are made as a group,
Yeah.
and we're not meeting to make a decision for the whole group. I mean, and even if my vote is, outvoted, so be it, right? That's the nature of, the way
Being
things
on a
work.
board, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that talking outside of a board meeting by itself is bad. I think it's like when we talk about, is it secret or closed or, trying to hide something, that's where I think, it's problematic if you all went down to like Fuquay or something and you had board districts that kind of overlapped Fuquay and the people in the town wanted to talk about what to do about something down there. If you all three represent it and they had a conversation, I mean, I think that would be fun. You're not conducting board business. You're just, and I guess that's it, to discuss board business. That would be the difference, I guess. But, I mean, I don't think I think you can have some conversations outside of a board meeting so long as it's not, like you said, trying to represent the board or doing something in secret if other people are part of it.
What you don't want to do is form a coup. Organize something outside the meeting that's a done deal that hits the meeting and totally catches someone else off guard, and they feel excluded from the opportunity to even participate. That becomes deadly.
Well said.
Any of these others? Not particularly challenging. That's great, because sometimes that number 6 one can get tricky. Now, there's a self-assessment. I'm not going to do that with you today. I'm going to let you do that on your own because it's really private and it's best answered privately. But you can check yourself, and all of the things listed there on page 25 from 1 to 14, you want to be positive. And what you're really looking for are there any of these that you never do, rarely do? Then you want to work a little bit on doing more of that. And you want to work toward, doing those things frequently, because that will make you the best contributing member of the group. So take a minute sometime today and just look at that as a self-check. And we're going to end on letting you pick a quote So on page 26 and 27, there are a group of quotes. You don't have a page, which one?
27.
Yeah, ours is
26.
26.
Yeah, but it's actually
You're limited to
26.
page 26.
There's a
You
lot of
gotta
good
find-
quotes on
Okay,
quotes.
Closer to
It's-
26, I think you can go with 26.
Yeah.
Go with 26. Ramona must have taken this off the printer a little bit quickly. So pick one. That speaks to you. And then let's share as a group which one is your quote.
For me, it's better to ask twice than to lose your way once.
And why is that important to you?
Because I've found that making sure I know where I'm going or where the team is headed is more important than looking stupid and then eventually go. Better to ask now than to be lost later, right? And so I ask, especially when I first came on the board, and hopefully still try to ask questions when I'm uncertain of what the answer was and ask people to help, because I'd rather raise a question and maybe feel stupid in the moment than continue to be ignorant.
And, you know, I think what Ramona did here is consolidate for your booklets, page 26 and 27, because I see, as I look over, your 26 is bigger than mine. So Ramona's got it all there. I just have it spread out over 2 pages. So did anybody join Lindsay with that particular quote? So Lynn, that was the one you picked as well?
Oh, is that what you mean? No, I was in agreement with her.
Okay.
No, the one, 2 actually, but I'll go with the Henry Ford quote, "Don't find fault, find a remedy."
And why does that speak to you?
Just to continue to seek common ground, continue to seek a solution, continue to, in our role, do what's best for children.
And you'll note, I write down in my booklet who's picking which quote to help me remember kind of how, if I were approaching Lynn or approaching Lindsay, I could speak to their heart. Because this is what, when you get to these quotes, these are things that speak to people's hearts. So Cheryl, what did you pick?
Well, that would have been my number 2, but mine was "A good heart is better than all heads in the world." Because I feel like if you follow your heart, you can't go wrong.
Monica, how about you?
I like that one too, Cheryl, but I went with "Talent wins the game, but teamwork wins the championships."
That was my number 2.
All right, tell us about that one.
I believe everyone is talented, but I don't think we can be successful without working together. We all bring brilliant perspectives at heart to the work. It's when we put those things together and complement each other is when we're most successful for kids. And quite frankly, I think it also, as a communicator, thinks that we are able to celebrate when we win the championship versus the small ones.
So did anybody pick the same one as either of these 2? Tyler, which one?
Well, I had Lynn's as my number 1, and Monica's was my second choice. But the teacher me always finds my top 3 when no one else is chosen for that. But those are great points. I mean, to the quote that Lynn had shared, gosh, I lost my train of thought. It's often, I look at it, if we're going to bring a problem, we also have to bring a solution. And, it's easy to talk about what's not working, but I think the dialogue that we have at this table comes when we're all bouncing ideas and bringing those solutions and looking at it as a both and not an either or. So that was
Yeah, I was with Monica. That's the one that speaks to me. So anybody else pick one of these first 3 that's been put on the table? Okay, then we'll just keep going around. Sam?
A team is more than a collection of people, it's a process of give and take. And for me, that has to do with the respect factor and realizing that people have different life experiences, and there are people who have tremendous knowledge. It goes back to what Monica talked about, knowing what you don't know, and just realizing that you don't know everything, and your way isn't always the right way or the best way, and being mindful of that when you are listening to your board members, fellow board members. And I had a second one for fun, because this was said over the weekend, and it was if you obey all the rules, you miss all the fun. Because I was a rule breaker.
Have you ever heard the Picasso twist on that?
No. This is a very specific call out.
Sam, have you ever heard the Picasso twist on that? You learn all the rules to break.
Oh, that's
Lindsay.
I already went.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
I stuck with
You
my
were
fellow
first.
Scandinavians.
You were first, that's right. And then I started around the table. Chris?
So there are a couple that I really liked, but I had the ratio of we's to I's is the best indicator of the development of a team, because I really thought that was a good description of the transformation, right? That when everyone starts referring to, us collectively, we're the team, we did this, we did that, we need, here's what we are doing, as opposed to the I's. I think that's when you've really bonded and you see yourself as the whole team.
Dean?
I actually have two, and it probably goes to my personality. If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. So pretty much kind of a task-based type of idea. So knowing which direction I'm going helps with kind of the day-to-day direction that I want to take. And then the second one is you miss 100% of the shots you never take. And I just feel like, I'm not inherently a risk taker, but if you don't try to do something to change things, you're never going to change things. And maybe that having the whole team as working together to take those risks make it easier to handle.
Thank you. Tyler, we got you around, so Tara?
I had two. One, the first, none of us is as smart as all of us, and teams share the burden and divide the green.
There's my number two.
Just the importance of our collective work makes all of this better.
Well, I think all of you recognize that.
Tara, what was your second one? I'm sorry.
Teams share the burden and divide the green.
I'm going to give you one last challenge as I bring today to a close, which is there's a very important activity you can do to extend your learning today. I gave you a little homework to fill out that sheet, but it's sometime before you go to sleep tonight, you will reflect on the experience we had together and identify a couple of things that you really take away from that experience and consciously think about it or write it down. You will extend your learning. One of the very strongest ways to learn that we often neglect in schools is the opportunity to reflect on the experience we had and really identify within that experience something meaningful to grow with. So I will challenge you to think about today and identify something you learned and reflect about how that can make you a better team. I'm also going to ask Jonathan to do something because he's been here with you, and I suspect he is here with you often and never says much except to give you guidance when you're straying or taking advice. Okay? So Jonathan, when you were looking at these words to Team Life, did anything speak to you? Because I'm sure you did this while they were doing that.
Oh, I loved them. I loved them. I liked the first one. If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. Just because this board's been focusing on the strategic plan and being very clear about trying to have a mission and a focus. And so, they want to know where they're going, and I think that was important. And then I think this was Sam's as well. A team is more than a collection of people. It's a process of give and take, trust and openness. And so, I did, and I won't share, but I did throughout think about so many positive things about this board that I just put down.
Well, share a couple of them.
Well, I do, just the fact that the board members want to make sure other board members are ready to vote, the readiness, I've heard that so many times, is there unreadiness? That's looking out and making sure that I'm going to get your most genuine feedback and vote on that. And they do that. When you all have your board member comments, there's so many times that board members said, I couldn't say it, this is what I was going to say, but I couldn't say it any better than that. It was so good and those are such wonderful compliments that I see. And then just how well intended this board is. That everybody here has a heart for children and wants the district to be great. There's not meanness, there's not ulterior motives to tear the district down. I've seen dysfunctional boards. This is a positive board filled with talent that wants to work together to be great. I'm very proud to be able to serve with you.
And I didn't pay him a nickel for that. He brought us to a wonderful close. Anything else anyone wants to share today?
I was going to say, you said that, there's no tissues on the table today.
There's some over here.
We got a few, just a few of them.
I just want to say thank you, Dr. Ashley, for doing this. I know it's important that we check in with ourselves as board members, especially being a relatively newish board. I think we're starting to find our feet and gel, and I appreciate you coming and taking the time so that we can continue to do that and have us reflect on who we are, what we bring, and how we complement each other. So thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. Having worked once in this district, Wake County will always have a piece of my heart. And I think the fact that I'm still having the opportunity to work, to train people who come into your district as leaders, is a way I, in a small way, can continue to contribute to this community. So thank you for your service. It's not easy.
Board members, we're going to take 5 minutes so we can get the superintendent and her team back in before we transition to our last item, which is the review of employee benefits.
Is that a long item?
It's a longer one.
Thank you very much.
I really enjoy being with you, so anytime I can do anything.
I'm going to say these because I don't know about you guys, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Taking up some room.
Tara, you thank you. That was very good. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Especially your superintendent's. Looking for you. I'm envious because Kathy always speaks so highly of me. And it's been great fun partnering with her.
Yep, it's a good one.
The question is if I can help them. I think so.
for your closest part.
Oh, I'm in the, right up front. I'm gonna go to the ladies' room first,
You
because
sure?
I don't
Go
want
right
to
there.
get, that
person who will eventually be sitting here, Tricia Posey, our finance officer. And to my left, your right, is Danny O'Quinn. Danny currently oversees our district's compensation services department, and more specifically, she oversees our payroll services and our benefits services. Obviously, that's why she is sitting at the table with us. Danny's been with the district for, I believe, just over somewhere between 10 and 11 years. And prior to coming up with us, we were fortunate to kind of reel her away from the North Carolina State Retirement System, where she was there for a couple of years. And prior to that, she worked with the Florida State Treasurer's Department in various roles for over 10 years. So came to us with a lot of experience and has a lot more. And just the nuance, but just since we're covering this, we have compensation services separated from human resources, which is overseen by Dr. Mutillo for a number of reasons. But one primary one is separation of duties. So those decisions being made in HR and then compensation services have separation in both organizational structure, processes, and staff, which is in and of itself a series of internal controls against any wrongdoing. And Tricia's now joined us. So this afternoon, what we're presenting is strictly for informational purposes. There's no action associated with it. I just wanted to take the opportunity to provide an overview, and I'm going to stress overview, of some of the main employee benefits we offer to our staff, develop a better understanding of what they are, including an understanding of what the investment in them is. I think frequently when you hear us talk about budget, and I make comments about, like, well, for every dollar we pay a staff member, there's another 24.5 cents that has to be paid to the retirement system. I think that can be lost in context when you don't look at it in terms of the entire district, so we're going to try to share a little context with you. And then we're going to review a recent request for proposal, or RFP, that we have issued for voluntary employee benefits. We're not bringing a recommendation to you tonight. It's strictly to share with you what that RFP process looked like and looks like. We also have in the audience Deborah Wallace, who is over our purchasing operation and who oversees ultimately for the district competitive RFPs and similar protocol. So as we look at the two largest and perhaps most valuable benefits we provide to our employees, it falls into these two camps: the state employee health insurance plan and the state retirement system plan. For the health insurance plan, an employee must work, and this is a requirement of the state, not of Wake County Public Schools. An employee must work 30 hours or more per year, per week, 75% effort, for 9 months or more per year. And for the retirement eligibility, and similar, this is not a qualification put in place by Wake County Schools. It's part of the state retirement system. To be eligible to participate, an employee must, again, work with 75% effort at least 9 months a year. So I'm going to start with state employee health insurance plan. It's currently being provided or overseen or administered. You may have heard a term in the insurance world, TPA. TPA stands for Third Party Administrator. It's not on the slide, but it's the state insurance plan. But Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina currently administers the state plan for and on behalf of the state. And I'll get to a few slides from now that speaks to the transition on that. That's coming up in a year and a half-ish. The state health plan offers two primary plan offers. There are a few others, but again, the two primary ones are called a 70-30 plan and an 80-20 plan. again, as I said, we're not going to go into any great detail on these plans today. There simply isn't time. To do even a high level of detail will take several hours. But as we go through the presentation, you're going to see links embedded in the slides, and you can pull this down from Assembly, this presentation. All these links are hot links that will take you to the state health plan. And if you are curious and you do want to drill down into some of the details, you'll find supporting documents there. So the first plan, offered primary plan by Blue Cross, administering on behalf of the state, what they call their PPO. PPO is Preferred Provider Organization. You may have heard of it. I know Dr. Ian probably could do this better than I could, but these plans are PPO plans. They're not HMO plans or any other plan. So this base 70/30 plan offers freedom of choice between in-network and out-of-network providers, offering the employee lower rates of coverage for in-network providers. Strong emphasis on preventative health, preventative services, medications covered at 100% of the plan, and the ability to lower a copay by having a formally identified primary care provider listed with the state health plan. In addition, employees both on this plan and this 80/20 plan can submit an annual tobacco attestation stating that they do not use tobacco products and receive lower premium rates. And again, these are just a series of hot links to the state health plan website that will take you to a list of the overall benefit booklet, comparisons between the 70/30 plan and the 80/20 plan. I'll give you a little insight into that today in the presentation. Again, not in detail. Overall summary of coverage, summary of preventive services that are provided or allowed under this plan, list of drugs that are covered under the prescription portions of the insurance, preferred drug list, and preventative medications list. And then flipping over to the 80/20 plan, also a PPO plan. Again, you'll see some of the same things. Freedom of choice among in-network providers, lower in-network provider copays than for out-of-network. Again, a strong emphasis on preventative health. And again, pretty much you'll see similar things here to the 70/30 plan. And this plan also offers an employee to annually attest that they do not use tobacco products and get lower rates. And again, here on this slide, a set of links parallel to the links you saw for the 70/30 plan that will show you all the detail on each of these categories. I'm going to now, I don't have a slide, but just give you some examples of the distinction between the 80/20 and the 70/30 plan. And overall, the distinctions on the two plans are the 70/30 plan has lower premiums for the employee that come at the cost of higher copays, higher deductibles, and an increased coinsurance and out-of-pocket maximum. It's kind of like you can pay less now but potentially pay more in the future, or pay more now and potentially pay less in the future. And let me run through just a handful of examples. The annual deductible, and these figures are just for an individual, not an individual that may have added a dependent or their family to their plan, just the employee. Under the 80/20 plan, annual deductibles are $1,250 for an employee. Under the 70/30 plan, that $1,250 deductible goes up to $1,500. Out-of-pocket maximums, under the 80/20 plan, the annual out-of-pocket maximum is $4,890. And for the 70/30 plan, that goes up to $5,900. Urgent care. If you need to have an urgent care visit and you're on the 80/20 plan, $70. If you need an urgent care visit and you're on 70/30 plan, $100. Emergency room, under the 80/20 plan, a $300 copay, and then 20% after the deductible's met. And on the 70/30 plan, a $337 copay and a 30% rather than 20% deductible, or percent after that until the deductible's met. The last example I'll give you, pharmacy benefits under a tier 1, which is the lowest charge drug, it's a generic drug. A $5 copay for an individual covered by the 80/20 plan, a $16 copay, so over triple that amount for that same employee and same drug under the 70/30 plan. And on the last, I debated whether or not to share this. I'm not going to get into any details, but to share the potential value of a plan like this for an employee, I'm going to use a personal example, and that personal example is me. Some of you in the room know that several years ago, back in December of 2016, I became quite ill and spent the better part of 3 months in the hospital, over 2 of those months in the ICU at Duke. The bills I received over that 3-month period follow-up, I stopped looking at the totals after I hit the $3 million mark. My personal out-of-pocket costs, because I had that covered as an employee, came in just under $10,000. And it would have been about half of that, 4,900 and whatever, since called 5,000, had I not crossed calendar years. I wound up going to Duke on December 27th. My services were a few days in December and more or less 3 months in the following calendar year, so I got hit with 2 of those. But still, regardless, I think that tells the potential value of this that it can bring to an employee. And that's exactly what insurance is meant to be. It's not meant to pay for things. It's meant to manage risk. So let's look at the investment. Our current cost as an employer to the state insurance plan, health insurance plan, to have an employee covered just for the employee is just under $7,400. That amount might go up, it might come down when the legislature finalizes its biennial budget in the coming weeks and months. We have approximately 20,000 employees that are eligible to participate and approximately 17,000 that do actively participate. One might posit, well, why don't the other 3,000 participate? Many of them are covered under a spouse plan. We have some former military employees that choose to be covered by the military insurance they're afforded, and there are other things. But you can see it's the vast majority of our employees take advantage of this benefit. And our current annual investment to support this is just over $125 million of our operating budget on an annual basis. I want to share how that breaks out because, as you know, we've got different funding sources. So of that $126 million, about $93 million is paid for using state funding. Because as you probably heard, if we have an employee who is funded using state funds, the state will also use state funds to pay for the health care insurance of that individual. Just over $17 million of local funding is used to pay into the plan for our locally funded employees. And then I'm not going to go through the others, but you've got federal funds, enterprise funds, that'd be our child nutrition workers, our print shop employees, our community and schools department, which is also an enterprise fund employees, and a very handful of those that are funded through funded aid. That gives you a sense of how that $126 million breaks down. I'm gonna skip gears now and talk about the other big benefit, and that is the state retirement system program. It's formally known as the Teachers and State Employees Retirement System and referred to as TEASERS. Employees currently contribute 6% of their gross wages into this. So each month when we pay our employees, we deduct 6% of their gross pay and turn it over to the state retirement system. And then Wake County Public School System as an employer currently contributes 24.5% of an employee's gross wages and turns that over to the state retirement system. So I'm going to walk you through, again, to maybe give context of kind of what the retirement system looks like, what it means, and what it might look for an employee on the other side or on the cusp of retirement. An employee receives for each year that they have of state service, and let me back up and qualify this. I'm giving you an oversimplified version. There is much more detail and nuance and complexity in this. So this is just a very simple example. But effectively, for each year an employee works for the state, they get a 1.82% credit. You'll see in a minute what that looks like. You then, as an individual retires, we look at their contiguous 4 highest years of earnings. Usually that's at the end of an employee's career. Sometimes not, but usually at the end. And we take an average of those 4 years. And then if you take the 1.82% times the number of years served times the average annual salary in those 4 highest years, that in turn becomes the annual pension benefit. So using an example of an employee that worked for Wake County Schools for 25 years and had the average highest 4 years be $50,000 in salary, gross wages. Take the 1.82 times the 25 years times the 50,000. That hypothetical individual would receive $22,750 annually as their pension or retirement benefit, and it's paid monthly. And if you have one takeaway from this slide, it would not be the math in the slide, but rather that for most of our employees who spend their career with us, or any other state agency for that matter, their retirement benefit by itself will not provide the financial support they need in retirement years. Yes, even when Social Security benefits are added, for many of our employees, the retirement system alone is not going to provide for their full fiscal needs in retirement. We've got a little bit more on this in a couple of slides I want to touch on, but if there's a takeaway from this slide, it is just that what I have to do with. Our employees currently contribute about $68.5 million annually. That's their 6% of their wages. And that comes straight out of their earnings. It's a deduction on their paycheck, and it goes to the state retirement system. And we as an employer are currently paying on behalf of our employees to the retirement system all $280 million annually. How does that break out? Well, again, since most of our employees are state funded, and the state does pick up this benefit cost in our state funding, the state is picking up $175.8 million. You see, we are using local funds of almost $750 million to pay into the retirement system on behalf of our employees. And again, I won't go through the other items. So as we look at those two together, we as a district out of our operating budget spend in benefit of our employees $126 million annually, the state health insurance plan, and about $280 million annually to the state retirement system. So a total of $404.5 million of our $2 billion budget is used to provide these two benefits to our employees. That's about close enough to 20% of our total operating budget. And that does not include the base compensation for our employees, and it does not include the other associated taxes that we must pay as an employer on an employee's behalf. And when we look at that added in of our $2 billion operating budget, we're investing $540, and this is based on next year's projected budget. Current year numbers will be very similar. But on an annual basis, we're investing of our $2 billion operating budget, $540 million, or about 25% of that operating budget, just to cover these two primary benefits, a couple other small ones we'll get into on a slide, and associated taxes. But the lion's share of that $540 million is those two benefits. This next slide, I'm not going to go over everything in it, but this shows the other benefits that are offered to our employees. The very first one on the far left, the health insurance we talked about, but it includes the number of active participants and the participation rate. So again, almost 17,000 employees participating in the health insurance plan, and that represents about 84% of all of our employees. And then as you go across this chart, and I'm going to describe what's in it, you'll see participation rates associated with each of these benefits. We do somewhat see a downward trend line as we go from left to right. I'll mention that as I go through these. The second and third blue bars to the right of health are dental and vision insurance. We do provide some coverage to our employees for dental currently, but they do have a monthly premium that they pay as well. It's modest, but they still have it for out of pocket. The majority of the rest of these coverages that you see on this page, beyond the first couple, are what we call voluntary benefits that are provided for employees. We as a district and an employer pay for the administrative costs of administering these plans, having staff on board to manage these plans and work with our TPA. But for these other voluntary benefits, the cost of that coverage is borne by the employee and not the district. We provide the opportunity to add an offering to them and cover the administrative costs to be able to offer it. But if an employee elects to choose one or more of these voluntary plans, the employee covers the cost of that plan. So I'm not going to go over all, but I do want to cover a couple. To the right of the vision, you see one labeled FSA Health and one FSA Child. Those are, and I think many of you are probably familiar with, flexible spending accounts that I'm sure many of this table have, where an employee can have deducted from their payroll without paying taxes on it amounts and have them set aside in a flexible savings account, and then use that flexible savings account over time to pay for eligible benefits. And the advantage to the employee is they've avoided paying taxes on that income. So it's a big implication. And as a side note, in the board's finances, in your fund balance, there is an amount included in that fund balance that is the total of what we're currently holding and reserving on behalf of our employees in these flexible savings accounts. We can't spend it. It's our employees' money, not ours. But it has to show up on our books and fund balance as a liability. We have cancer coverage, accident coverage, bridge coverage, critical care, term care, group, whole life, universal life. So a lot of different offerings. And then I want to stop at the last three and talk about those for a minute. We also offer a state-sponsored 401k retirement plan. And through a different provider, we offer our employees a 403b plan and a 457 plan. And again, without getting into great detail, these are tax-deferred retirement investments where an employee can invest their earnings in it, tax-deferred, so they're not having to, when one receives, again, I'm oversimplifying, when one receives a W-2 at the end of the year, the amounts contributed to these plans are deducted from taxable wages. But when the employee retires, and these are all governed by the IRS, but when an employee actually takes these funds out in retirement, receive retirement income, then they pay the taxes as ordinary income tax. And the reason I wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking about this is these are examples of how an employee could supplement what they'll receive from their state pension or what they will receive from Social Security. And going back to address the need that many of our employees, I don't want to say most, but many, will need income streams in retirement beyond the benefits they'll receive from their state retirement and the Social Security they'll receive. And these are three examples of where investment in these accounts could be very beneficial to our employees. Danny and her team and the people we partner with at Voya who manage the 403B and the 457 plan actively go out and provide guidance and counseling to our employees throughout the year to make them aware of these plans, give them an opportunity to get more information about them and see how they might benefit them. The challenge, when you look at the participation rates, they're better than they were before we started that outreach about 10 years ago, probably more like 12 or 13 years ago, but they're still not where we would like them to be. The challenge being an employee needing to use all of their net pay to pay the bills may simply not have the extra dollar to invest here, even though a dollar invested in this plan comes with a tax savings, and it's not really costing them $1 to put that dollar aside. And I'll throw this out there, I've mentioned this to prior boards, as an incentive, many employers, especially in the business marketplace, offers these same types of plans, retirement investment vehicles, but they provide an employer match. So employee, for up to the first 5% of funding you put into this plan, we're going to match it with employer funding. So you're going to get double what you put in. Comes with a string. It requires funding on the part of the employer. And as all things add up, as you saw from the slides and just the health insurance and the retirement, usually with a big price tag. But I put that out there because at some point, maybe before I retire, as the superintendent is on the cusp of, we might have opportunity to offer something like that to our employees as another benefit and another way that might help open the door to help secure their retirement. But again, that's not the main purpose for it. I want to switch gears now and talk about a recently issued RFP that we put out there for the administrator of these voluntary plans, mostly insurance, but overall benefits. We issued in general an RFP to drive pricing, ensure it's competitive, and make sure we have the best possible offerings for our employees. So we're going to give you a very brief review of what that process has been. We're not bringing a recommendation to you. We do hope to bring that to you in a couple weeks at your June 20th meeting, as well as background on what we found from the RFP and what we saw looking at what the different respondents offered. We also looked at districts surrounding us too to see what they were offering their employees. leave with that warranty weeks. So this slide, and again, I'm not going to go through the entire thing, but it overviews who was involved with this process, and we broke them into three primary areas. The purchasing team, led by Deborah Walls, because as I shared, she and her team oversee the overall RFP bidding process in the purchasing department on behalf of the entire district. So they partnered with what we call subject matter experts, who were Danny and people in her shop who know all things benefits, all nuances, including legal nuances. And then finally, a steering committee to guide this team through the process. And as far as the timeline, this began a year ago. In the summer, late spring, summer of 2022, when an RFI was issued and we had a review period, and then October, we issued the RFP, and October through February of this year, went through that section of the process. And then in February through April of this year, we reviewed the documents, the scope of work, the value adds, and then subsequent to that, done additional work, including bringing the respondents in for individual presentations so they could make their own pitch to our review team, and our review team could ask questions and clarify various components of the proposals. And then we'll follow up this review of the process with the board. We are targeting bringing the actual bid award and recommendation and contract to you in 2 weeks. So that was a high-level overview of what we wanted to cover with you today. And again, high level, but I encourage you, if you have questions, drill down into those hot links. There's a wealth of information there, and we can certainly follow up on another occasion as needed. And Chairman Haffey, I'm not sure what your desired end time was, but we're certainly available to answer any questions.
First of all, thank you very much. This cannot be an easy process. In a past life, I did data entry for a large insurance firm, and I don't envy the work that you all had to do in this, based on my very small experience there, because it is a lot. Are there questions, board members? Ms. Edmonds and then Dr. Ng.
On slide 11, the 24.5% that we contribute, when and how is that decided?
The amount is decided during the budgeting process by the state legislature.
Okay.
And to give you and they generally will establish in a biennial budget in the first year a rate for year 1 and year 2, although they've been known when it comes to the second short session year of the biennial to change that rate. But that is locked in by the state legislature, and then that's the rate we withhold and contribute during that period of time. And Danny, we pay that monthly. We pay it monthly to the retirement system.
So the state dictates it?
Pardon me?
The state dictates it?
Yes, the
what
state
that
does.
is? Okay.
And to give you a sense, I don't have this in the chart, but that rate 10 years ago was probably around 15, 16%. And the number of decisions, and this is just data we speak, made by the state, both legislatively and contribution rates in the early 2000s that perhaps underfunded the pension plan, are contributing to the current rapid acceleration of contribution rates, such that we're now at the point where for every dollar we pay someone, we have to throw another 25% or almost a quarter in on top of that to get the retirement system.
Thank you.
I will also say that you do see this change every year in the superintendent's proposed budget and what becomes the board's proposed budget as a benefit rate increase dictated by what either has been communicated in the 2-year budget cycle which always can change. It's always a prediction in case it does change, but I want to say it's around $5 million or so this past budget.
Yeah. and-
Our request is for this.
Right, and that, what the superintendent was referring to was based, that was our forecast, that was based on the average of the past, I think, 4 or 5 years, average increase. And although, if I'm recalling correctly, the House's proposed budget for the coming biennium did not include an increase. So if that does go to conference, come to the other side, there will be savings in the proposed budget that can be applied somewhere else.
It is a prediction every year that you see it in your budget.
Thank you.
Has there been talk in the General Assembly or in the past about high deductible plans, health savings accounts, things like that?
There is an offering in the state health plan for a high deductible plan, and there are a couple others. For most of our employees, they would not complement well with their place of life. And if you drill down, Dr. Eng, on this first slide, that link on slide 4 at the bottom will also show you, it'll take you straight to what the handful of other plans there are outside of the 70/30, 80/20 plan, including a high deductible plan. So that is an offering. It's just for the majority of our employees. Danny, do we have any employees that go down that path?
I know 2.
2.
And that's, they fluctuate, go off of it and come back on it.
So there are people on it.
It's not full-time, they're not, clarify that, they're not full-time permanent employees that are offered the high deductible plan. They're only offered to those that are, because of the Affordable Care Act, have been qualified for health care, and they're offered the high deductible plan, which could carry an HRA, but the state, I've not heard of the state offering that. They had talked about it in the past for the high deductible plan, but I've not heard of anything recently. Any other questions?
There's no further questions. I think we can go into closed session for HR. We've got some time.
Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity.
Pull this up.
Oh, sure. I move that we go into closed session, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I'm going to read it, but is that what John
Yeah,
would say
please,
first?
please.
Okay. I move that we go into closed session to consider confidential personnel information protected under GS 143-318.11, A1 and A3, to consult with the Board of Education attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided in GS 143-318.11, A3, to consult with the Board of Education attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege provided in GS 143-318.11A3 due to current litigation, ASG by and through AG and KG versus Wake County Board of Education 23 EDC 01504, to consider confidential student information protected under GS 115C-402 and the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act 20 U.S.C. 1232G.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of entering into closed session, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. We are now in closed session. Let's just wait for